Greetings, everyone, and welcome to what we imagine is the last of the NatGat debriefing calls for NatGat 2013. And let's do check-ins. We seem to be again light in the facilitation load. Go ahead. Let's go do check-ins. Your name, where you're from, and I don't know, maybe 10 seconds of something that whatever you want to say that's bursting to be said. And we'll just go through that, and then we'll see where we are. Chaz, we'll start with you.
All right. Hi, everybody. This is Chaz from Occupy Pittsburgh checking in, and happy to come to the end of these calls. All right. Check.
All right. Next we have Jackie followed by Sergi. Jackie?
I did what Chaz said. Hi, everybody. Check.
Yep. And please remember to say check when you're done, as they have been doing. Sergi followed by Michael. Sergi.
Hello, this is Sergio from Occupy Los Angeles. Hopefully we get a lot to down today. Check.
All right. Thank you, Sergi. And then we have Michael followed by Donna. Michael?
This is Michael Buell out of San Diego, supporting Democracy Watch News. And check.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Donna followed by Carrie. Donna, if you're there and you're muted.
This is Nadine Hayes from Occupy LA, and I've never been in on one of these calls, but I was interested. So Donna gave me her code. Maybe she hasn't signed in yet.
Okay, got it. So it's you. She's come in on a separate identification, so I see. All right, thank you, Nadine. I've switched your name. Welcome. Next we have Carrie followed by Manny.
Aloha, everybody. This is Carrie from Occupy Hilo, sunny Occupy Hilo, the land of hurricanes and lava inundation and the disaster of the moment. Check.
All right, Carrie. Thank you for that report. Manny followed by Donna.
Yeah, this is Manny from Occupy Los Angeles / Occupied San Diego. Had a great March last Thursday. Really fired up. Good work, Michael. Good work, Donna. I appreciate it. Check.
All right. Thank you, Manny. And then we have Donna followed by Lori. Donna?
Hi, this is Donna, Occupy San Diego. I'm actually in San Diego, and it's just beautiful weather. So looking forward to more occupying. Check.
All right, Donna. Then we have Lori followed by Lisa. Lori?
Hi, this is Lori from Occupy Sacramento. I thought I wasn't going to get through. My pin wasn't working, but I'm so glad I'm here. And check.
All right, Lori. And now we have Lisa followed by C. Lisa?
Hi, this is Lisa with Occupy Sacramento, and looking forward to the Occupy Convergence that's going to be taking place in San Francisco on Saturday, September the 20th. Sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. I check.
All right. Okay. And C, you were late for the check-ins, but we're doing name, where you're from, and just about 10 seconds of one little thing that just wants to burst forth from you. C?
I'm C from Sacramento, and I'm looking forward to continued Occupy planning. Check.
All right. Thank you, C. Dean, you also come onto the call. We're doing name, where you're from, and just one 10-second burst that wants to come forth from you. Go ahead, Dean.
Yes, this is Dean Edwards. I'm coordinating editor for Democracy Watch News. And I suppose one thing I can announce is after the first of the month, we're going to be changing the name of the call from Occupy Movement Weekly National Press Briefing to Democracy Movement's Weekly International Press Briefing, and we're already getting some response. Check.
All right. Thank you for that announcement, Dean. And I am Cal from the San Francisco Bay Area, and looking forward to our completing this planning effort by the time we finish tonight. So let's see. We need a note taker. Sally's usually our note taker. She wasn't on last week's call. We actually ended up with no note taker. So I want to see if we can get one or more note takers. So if you can take notes, press the number 3. Please put up a 3 on your phone or your phone equivalent if you can take notes. We do need to have a note taker, and Jackie can't do it. Let's see, it's a 5 up from Michael. Michael, what's up?
Yeah, Cal, I'm just wondering if there's a recording of this, then if we don't have a note taker, they could transcribe it from the recording of what transpires tonight. Off deck.
Right, but we still need to know who's going to do that. You still need to have somebody who's going to do that. So even if you're not willing to do it on the call, if you're willing to take the notes at some way, please press the number 3. Need somebody to commit to doing that. All right, let's see. Who's that? 3 is Lisa. Okay, great. So Lisa said she will transcribe the notes. All right, excellent. We have that taken care of. Let's see. Now, apparently I just got word that it takes about 4 to 6 hours to transcribe the notes off of a call. So that's a heroic effort. It takes a lot longer because you have to keep going back and listening to things if you want to get it right. So, all right. Now, let's see. Let me look at the agenda here. So the agenda reads announcements, brief announcements, reading of the agenda. I have a statement I want to make from last week, which we'll see what the timing of that. A report from finance, which we didn't get to last week. Other working group report backs, which we also didn't get to last week. A final wrap up on Lumio for just a few minutes. How did that work? And a final report on that. What can be done better next time? And let's see, needs, and then next steps. I think how we get the final report and summary done. I think we had at least one person who raised their hand last week for that. Getting the final finance report done and any additional new groups that need to be formed. And then closing out this year's planning effort. So that's the agenda for tonight's call. Are there any additions, deletions needed? If there are, you can go to pad number 95. The agenda can be found on natgat2014.titanpad.com/95. Again, that's natgat2014.titanpad.com/95. No password is needed. When you get up on the pad, please put your name next to the little colored square, the big colored square above all the other little colored squares in the upper right corner, and then we'll know who's on the pad. I see one person who's listed as unnamed. So that would be great. Let's see. I have 5 from Michael again. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Cal. Lisa, if you need assistance in transcribing the notes, I just need a copy of the call to be sent to me, okay? And that goes to Cal, too. Off deck.
All right. Yeah. I think let's handle that in email after the call, if we can, not tie up group time with that. Lisa, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Actually, I'm taking minutes as the call is occurring, but I can only do that until 5:30 Pacific time. So if somebody else could possibly take over at 5:30, then nobody would have to go back and transcribe minutes from the call. I check.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lisa. So if there's somebody else who can take over, please press the number 3, if you would. The number 3, if you can take over from Lisa. Michael, you have another 5. Oh, you changed it to a 3. Good. So we have coverage on the notes. That's great. As far as the agenda is concerned, I haven't seen anything else, so looks like we're good to go. And let's start with let me see. Let's start with a finance report at this point. So if you would like to speak on the finance report, for the Finance Working Group report, press the number 1. All right, Jackie, I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not as thorough as I had hoped by now, but we do know we have a list of what we need to send out because, okay, on the ground, the people in SAC, like Lisa, Linda, Kathy, a few other people, put their money out. And because there was some problem with the wire actually getting there. So what we have to do now is send out reimbursement checks. The amount we have so far to send out is $540.84. We're waiting for a final food report from Les, and that should be about it. And then I guess we'll have to do it by email, the final report, when we see, what that leaves next year with. And I think that's about it, unless there's any questions. Check.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. If you have clarifying questions or something to add to that report back, please press the number 1. Wow. I thought this was going to take a while, but it looks like this is quick. Let's see now. Yes, there's another one up from, let's see, we have 2 ones. We have one from Lisa and one from Nadine. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, okay. I'm having a lot of trouble getting the final amount that is owed to Les. He keeps, bless his heart, keeps saying he'll get me the figures, and he doesn't. I give him deadlines, so I'm wondering if there's some way. I mean, he still has the $100 that was donated, and that's part of his reimbursement. I think there's like $27 in addition. I wonder if we should go ahead and give him that amount and tell him, if he finds more receipts to give them to us later. But I know we want to have some sort of closure on our account, rather than just keep leaving this open for forever. I check.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. Let's see. We got a twinkle there from Jackie, and now Nadine, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering how transparent the financials are. Do we get to see copies of receipts and who the charges were made by? I mean, I don't have a problem reimbursing people for expenses that were made, but I just don't go name and dollar amount. Are receipts visible?
If you have we got twinkles from Michael on that. Do we have a response to that from somebody? +4. Jackie, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, receipts that we get will be visible when we make the final report. Right now, there's only a couple of receipts, but there are documents. If you go to the TitanPad table of contents, which is TitanPad number 46, you can find the finance agenda, the budget sheet. I forget. I think there's about 3 finance ones. There's several spreadsheets. It shows how the money came in, what was put out as time went along. This is just the final from on the ground. And yes, as soon as we have the receipts in some form, probably a Google Doc, then that'll be added to one of those pads, the finance pad, and then you can find them from there. Check. And we'll probably we will send the final report out to the list. Check.
All righty. Nadine, I hope that answered your question. And welcome Nikki to the call. Let's see, Nikki, we did name, where you're from, and a 10-second little burst of whatever wants to be said.
Anyway, name. I'm going to use Elaine Claremont this time because I do believe Nikki has left the building. And I'm from Palm Springs, right now living originally from Oregon. And my little blurb is, yeah, Nikki left. Nikki is not going to play no more with this reality, so hopefully we can do some reconciliation. Then I can go and retrieve her and find out if she still wants to play with what she experienced last week. So that's where I am, and I'm just listening right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nikki. Got Twinkle from Michael there. Anything else on finance? Press the number 1. And if not, we'll go on to other working group report backs. Give it a moment. If I don't see a 1 in a few seconds. Well, if you have a report back from oops, we do have a 1 from Jackie. Go ahead.
Yep. I sent out an email about it earlier. At long last, there is on the hub a new page called NatGet's Replanning Archives, and the call recordings are on there. The only trouble, we still have the trouble of no place to upload. I think Terry and I talked about it once, and she might be able to take it from here and put them in Google Audio or YouTube. But what I've done is I've copied the links that are in the Amazon cloud. They're on that page. If you click it, it'll automatically download to your computer. And so they're there and out in space, but to be preserved, these could disappear anytime. So they still need to be uploaded somewhere, but I was not able to do that, so I did this alternative. At any rate, if you look on the hub, interactify.net/NatGet2014, across the top menu where it has facts and schedule, etc., you will see Planning Archives. Check.
All right, thank you. You got Twinkles from Nikki and Donna. And let's see, and Michael as well. And let's see, we got responses coming in from Lisa, followed by Carrie, followed by Dean. Lisa?
Okay, thank you. Just Jackie for the notes. So I have so this is the recordings of all of the conference calls are archived on NatGet Planning Archives. The link is, now where is the link so people can access this archives? I check.
Jackie, your mic's still open.
The regular hub, interoccupy.net/NatGet2014. Check.
All right. Let's see. We now have a response from Carrie, followed by Dean.
Check. I just wanted to respond to Jackie. I'm looking for those links right now, and I will take over and make sure that all the calls get posted to our YouTube channel. If I have any trouble, I will get with Jackie. Thanks. Check.
All right. Got Twinkles from Jackie and Chaz on that, and Donna as well. And let's see. Next is Dean. You have a response.
Yeah, I'm reminded regularly by Steve Barnes. I think it's Occupy.org is a really good archiving site. It's one of the early ones. A lot of libraries have participated in it. Could be .com, but I believe it's Occupy.org. And that's always a good place to permanently archive things because that gets itself archived in so many places it makes it a permanent historical record. Check.
All right there. Thank you, Dean. And Donna, you have your hand up as well.
Yes, thank you, Dean, so much for that information. I think you're talking about Occupy.com, but if they do, in fact, have an archive area, this would be a great place to put all of our archived calls and any other information from NatGet. Do you happen to know, or does anyone happen to know, on which servers Occupy.org or Occupy.com might sit? Who's hosting those servers that will be keeping our permanent records, please? I yield.
All right. If you have an answer to that, please press 4. Otherwise, I don't know if anybody on the call knows that, Donna. Point. It doesn't seem like anybody's responding. If you know who's hosting the Occupy.org server, please press 4. Not seeing any response from the 14 people on the call, so I guess no one here knows. All right. Let's see. We were still on finance. Is there anything else about finance I think that was snuck in just before we left the finance. Dean, you have a 4-up.
Yeah, I just did a quick check. It is indeed archive.org. I also discovered that's also where the Wayback Machine is, which is what journalists use when they want to look for things that have been removed from the web. Things have a tendency to get archived there. You can run, but you can't hide. Check.
Yep. Twinkles from Jackie there, Dean. All right, and a bunch of other people as well. Let's see now. Let's see who we have next. We have Jackie with a response, followed by Lori on the stack. Jackie?
Wayback Machine, the what is it called? What you just said, the something.org. Sally had tipped me to that. That's just a list of links, and these links are probably in there automatically, but they're just links, and they're in with like 5 million other things. So it's very hard to find anything. They are in there somewhere, but it's not someplace to upload. Check.
All right, thanks for that clarification there, Jackie. And that was archive.org, he was saying. Lori, you have your hand up.
Yes, I am just wondering what was the total expenses that we had, and a simple breakdown into categories. Let me see. Check.
I'm waiting for a response. I think Jackie mentioned that if you go to the table of contents pad, which is pad 46, it gives you, there's a section for finance, and there's a link to the budget and the spreadsheets and all that other stuff. You can actually look all this up yourself to find out what those numbers are. Jackie, if you have a summary for us, that would be good, but Jackie's twinkling to what I just said. But if you want to, all that information is available for all of us to see at this point. Check. Jackie, if you have a summary of what the income and the expenses were, that might be helpful. If you don't, I understand. Response from Jackie. Go ahead.
No, the summary still has to be worked on. I myself am right now trying to go to the spreadsheet, from where I just told people to go, to the table of contents. In one of those spreadsheets shows all the donations that there were, and right before NatGat, I believe we were at $1,700. So minus this 4 something, also minus the hotspots, also minus something else that's in there on the list. It's been real slow going. It's been slow going getting all the info back. But everything that has come in or has gone out so far is on those spreadsheets. Check.
All right. Thank you for that further clarification there, Jackie. Anything else on finance? Press 1. Okay. And if you do investigate those spreadsheets and you can't open them, or something's not clear, just write to Jackie, and she'll probably help you out. She'll be able to help you out there. So it looks like finance is winding down. So if you have a report back from any of the other working groups, press the number 1, and we'll go with that. So there were a number of other working groups. Who have a report back from any of them, final report back, press 1. And if there are no other ones, we will move on to the conversation. Oops, I see one. Okay. We have Donna. Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, this is a report back from the Accountability and Transparency Working Group. And I want to thank the people that worked towards getting an archive of the calls. That's quite crucial to the transparency of how Occupy operates, and I'm really grateful that people took action on that. So I think that that's going to help out a lot of people in reducing the stress of the fact that they would like to have a permanent copy of our planning. And second of all, there still are some unanswered accountability questions that people have had. I'm wondering it seems beyond the parameters of this call as we're trying to wrap up. I'm wondering how we should handle that, but maybe we can discuss that later on as a topic and not right now as a report back. I yield.
Okay. All right. It would be, I think, could you name what those items are? It would be helpful so we know to put them on the agenda.
Well, I would prefer that the assembled here on the call be allowed to contribute their input on what they feel needs to be still accounted for and what was not transparent and what they would like to be transparent, because this is something that I can't name all these things. So if we could make time for that later on, I think that would be appreciated by many on the call today. I yield.
All right. All right. We've got that in reserve at this point. Twinkle from Manny and from Nikki, and somebody else. I didn't see their hand went down before it. I got a chance to see, but 3 twinkles. Let's see. Any other report backs? Press 1. Let's see. We got a report back from Carrie. Go ahead.
I can give a limited social media report back, just that the Facebook is still up and running and on cruising well. There's only a couple people posting, so if there are other people that would like to help admin the Facebook page, just please let me know or somebody else know, and we'll get you put on as an admin. And the Twitter is now just me and Jennifer that are doing the Twitter. So everything's been pretty kosher and mellow over the last week, and we're still kind of letting it ride for a while, but eventually if anybody else would like to help with that, also just please raise your hand and we will hook you up. That's it. Check.
Yes, and as a reminder, if you weren't on last week's call, the group got consensus on Carrie and Jennifer being the Twitter folks. We have a twinkle from Michael and Donna, and we have a response from Nikki, followed by Jackie on the stack. Nikki?
Well, I guess,
sorry.
yeah, it's Elaine. Thank you. After the emails that went around on the outreach social media thing, as well as last week's conference call, the level of, I'm just going to call it bullying, to use the lack of a more sophisticated word, that I witnessed, and the exclusionary nature of the social media specifically, I would highly recommend that as soon as possible, NatGat 2014 shut down all of its social media and discontinue it out of honor of the people who did participate that feel that that is what has happened. And because it's over, I think it should just be over and done with. And that's really all I have to say on it. The energy that got to that consensus, wow, after the emails that I witnessed, I just don't understand, I guess, the principles of solidarity at all, because I saw none of that. I saw very little humanity, and I saw very little what I consider to be Occupy, except for in the most negative way that Occupy is, which resulted in the handful of people that actually wanted to come and join us in Sacramento. Over.
All right, thank you, Elaine. Got a response from Michael and then Jackie on the stack. Michael? Michael?
I had it on mute. Apologies. Have a lot of background noise here. I was part of the media team there. I did not differentiate or block coverage of anything. In fact, I tried to provide true and transparent coverage. I'd like Elaine to maybe explain herself a little more, please. Thank you. Off deck.
All right, Elaine, if you want to explain yourself some more, put up a 4. Elaine twinkled for what you said, Michael. And she put up a 4. Go ahead.
Not so much on the media coverage necessarily, Michael. Most of it had to do with interpersonal relationships and how we treated one another and people who were trying to become involved. But the wall of knowns versus unknowns really had no breadth or acceptance or opening or welcoming to that. And that probably goes back to a little bit of what Donna was referencing to with the transparency and the accountability. I hope that makes it a little bit clearer for you. It had to do more with those issues behind the scenes more than what actually transpired in terms of media. Over.
All right. Michael twinkled for you there. Let's see. I'll just say I put myself on it for a quick response. I'll say I imagine the number of other people who are not on the social media might be wondering more about what this is about, since I didn't see any of it. All right, Jackie, you have a 1.
Yeah, that was for any other report backs. Oh, so I guess the board's clear. I forgot when I did check to mention that I did follow up on our standalone website, whether it could still be used next year. But I guess, you pay for those URLs by the year. So it seems, it just breaks my heart that all the work that was done to set that up, and then it didn't really get used, and now it's just pretty much kaput. I was inquiring if, can we change it or that, but no, these particular names are registered, the netgat2014.org, com, and net. And then they'll just expire. They were in Brian's name. I'm sure he's not going to rebuy them. So I just wanted everybody to know that website will be gone. It's still there until whenever the URL expires. Check.
All right. And you got twinkles there from Chaz, and the board is clear. So if you have any report backs from any working group, please let us know with a 1. I got a response from Michael, and then I'll have something to add. Go ahead, Michael. Michael, you just muted yourself. You were unmute, and then you muted.
Thank you, Cal. I'm wondering when would be the correct time to give a media update for an event that's going to happen in Sacramento on Friday about lemonade and juice and calling for accountability of our legislature. It's being coordinated by Miss Melissa Balin. Okay, I'll check because I don't want to take inappropriate time.
Okay. It does remind me that we didn't do announcements, so once we get through these report backs, we'll have those brief announcements, and you can do it there. Let's see. I was going to say, as a response to Donna, the people who helped get the recordings. So the recordings became, the figuring out of how to make the recordings became available in a meeting that happened with Jack Rabbit from IO and Jackie and myself. The 3 of us in IO got together and tried to figure out how we could get that to happen. So when those are the 3 people to thank. Check. Let's see. Don't have any other report backs coming in. So I guess we'll move on to the next thing, which is announcements. Let's go to announcements next, since we hadn't covered it. So put up 1 if you have a brief announcement. Whoever put this agenda together allowed 3 minutes for announcements, so let's try to keep these brief. Michael, I know you had one. I'll just start with you. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, got myself off mute this time. Okay, Melissa Balin is hosting an event in Sacramento on Friday, August 29th. It's called National Lemon Juice Day. There's going to be activities there to call the California legislature out to try to participate in making themselves more transparent. They're supposed to be celebrities and children of all ages. It's from 6 to 10 p.m., and there'll be a variety of festivities, including the Live Juice Party Band, I believe. The issue is Melissa's having trouble getting herself and some other artists to Sacramento. Her phone number is, if anyone, is 323-839-0149. And like I said, it's tomorrow. So if anyone could offer her assistance in getting from Los Angeles to Sacramento, or helping some of these artists that wish to perform and paint there to that location, it would be deeply appreciated. Or you could just email me at my email, Buell, BUELL 003 at Cougars, like the cat, COUGARS.CSUSM.edu. I think she talked to most of us at NatGat about this lemon juice party, and she's very interested in it, and I can forward anyone that emails me the summary of events. And I'll put it up on my Facebook page. Thank you very much.
Right.
Jeff.
And your phone number is on the notes.
Oh,
in the notes.
yeah. My phone number is 760-468-6609. And thank you, Cal. Check.
Sorry, her phone number, is up on the pad as well.
Oh, good. Yes, excellent.
Yep.
And her email is even easier. The one that she's using for this is, I should have thought of that, Stay Occupied. So Stay Occupied, OCCUPIED @gmail.com. Thank you. Off deck.
Thank you. Thank you there. You got Twinkles. And now let's see, we have more responses coming in. Let's see, we have Donna followed by Lisa. Donna?
Thank you for that announcement, Michael. I just want to clarify that is this still regarding the issue with the peace poll in Sacramento? If you could please clarify that. And thank you for offering to get help for other occupiers. I yield.
Okay, and if you can clarify that, press 4. Let's see. Go ahead, Michael.
I do not believe it is about the peace poll. It is about Alex's lemonade stand, and it's about accountability. Maybe scroll up here. There's going to be artists. It's basically an opportunity to try to do some good PR with the legislature, the California legislature, and media outlets in Sacramento at the Capitol. And I'm assuming on the Capitol grounds from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow. And so I do not believe it is related to the peace poll. Check.
Okay, thank you there, Michael, for that clarification. And let's see, we have responses from Lisa followed by, actually we'll go with C followed by Lisa. C?
Thanks, Michael, for the information. Actually, it does involve the peace poll. And it's pretty complicated. But whether a person is interested in the peace poll or merely calling out the lemons in the legislature, the day goes ahead. I don't mean to lead you on by saying it's the peace poll and then not knowing a whole lot about it, but that's exactly what happened. And so in other words, I think this has to do with some of the accountability issues, and I think that, and this is not anybody's fault, so we really need to treat each other right so that we can continue this process. But basically, the idea that on certain people couldn't break through, whether it was on social media or maybe there was bullying, that isn't. It's more complicated than that. But I think it frankly it has to do with the fact that we are dependent upon the social media. So I guess the upshot of what I'm trying to say is that this would be an attempt to get people together in person to do this Lemon Day, and I think part of our lack of accountability is that we're separated by our technology. So then I would simply encourage this as being another way for people to get together in Sacramento, the people that were at the gathering. And I don't mean to dispute you, Mike, but actually I spoke to Lisa or Melissa and everyone today. I didn't speak to Melissa, but I spoke to the people involved. And in fact, we're taking pictures of the peace pole. So it's an ongoing process to get us, the people, directly in contact with the government, directly in contact with each other. And I'm putting my own spin on it that it's the technology may be hurting us. Check.
All right. Thank you, C. Reminder to try to keep our comments as brief and concise as we can. It's one of the hallmarks of these calls. Let's see. We got Twinkles from Elaine and Michael. And response from, I said Lisa was next, followed by Lori, followed by Manny on the stack. Lisa?
Oh, okay. I think Michael answered my question. It was, is this going to be held at the Capitol? Do you happen to know which side of the Capitol it's going to be held on? I check.
All right. If you know the answer to that, press 4. And Michael, go ahead.
The West Lawn. Check.
So that's where we were the second day of the gathering. And then we have Lori followed by Manny. Lori?
Okay, I just did some clarification. I heard 2 dates. One I heard tomorrow, and the other one I heard Friday. So just to clarify that, and I'm very sorry I can't be there either time. And then the other thing is, some of you may not believe this, but I still don't really know what the peace pole is. And so could someone please fill me in? Check.
Okay, so if you have a brief, concise response to those, go ahead and press number 4. Elaine.
Response to the peaceful, David Williams, who is part of the shutdown Diablo Canyon and his tetrahedron. He's been working on this since about 1990, and it's coming forward out of the University of Santa Barbara Brain Trust area, the anti-nuclear thing, and it's a big, long story, but it's anti-nuclear thing is the symbol, and we're pushing it forward on other avenues with the governor's office. Over.
All right, thank you for that. And now we have another response from Michael.
Thank you, Cal. My mistake. It is Friday, so it's going to be, I said in one day, it's actually 2. I think that's because I was trying to get some support or help Melissa out myself, but I just knew it was happening soon. And so it is going to be, let me look to confirm the date. It is going to be August 27th of this year. And again, Melissa's email is stayoccupied@gmail.com. Please reach out to her. She has artists that would like to go. And now I know, support the Peace Pole. Thank you, C, and everyone for that information. Off deck, check.
All right, and a response from Donna. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Michael. Could you just verify, you said Friday, but I believe you just said August 27, and that's today. So could you please just clarify? I yield.
Michael, your mic's open. Michael, you're on mute. Michael. All right, well...
Wait, no, I'm here. Cal, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. My apologies. I read the date the email was sent. The event is Friday, August 29th, and it's National Lemon Juice Day. And there'll be fun there for all ages. Thank you, and apologize for the confusion on the date. Off deck, check.
All right. And you got Twinkles from Donna. And C, your mic is open.
On check.
All right. Probably the same information. Okay, Manny, you've been patiently waiting to get on the stack, so have at it.
Okay, you need an announcement in Spanish or in English? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The reason I said that is this announcement is about supporting our brothers and sisters, this August the 30th on Saturday. Basically, doing the National Chicano Monitoring Committee is doing the march and rally. We're doing it at Salazar Park, East Los Angeles. And that is basically because of commemorating the August the 29, 1970 Chicano movement against the Vietnam War, the sheriff's killing of Chicano journalist Ruben Salazar. That's why the park was named after. And other anti-war protesters. And this year's team, obviously, is law enforcement misconduct. So that's Saturday, at basically East LA at the Salazar Park. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was a journalist that got shot by the sheriff's department, Ruben Salazar, when he was reporting out there, and he, on the story. Check.
All right, thank you, Manny, for that announcement. And we're still doing announcements. You got Twinkles from 4 people, and we have 4 from Lisa, followed by Elaine on the stack. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, okay. Just for the notes, Manny. So it's Saturday, August 30th at Southside Park in L.A. And could you let me know what the time was again and the theme? Thank you very much. I check.
Your mic's open.
Yes, it starts at 10 in the morning, and it's Ruben Salazar Park, not South Park. It's Salazar, S-A-L-A-Z, zebra, A-R.
Salazar Park. All right, thank you for that. Let's see, more Twinkles. And Elaine, I believe you were on the stack for an announcement. Go ahead.
I think I was just twinkling. Over.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right, so the stack is clear. If you have an announcement, last call for announcements. One, if you have an announcement. All right. Otherwise, we're going to go into our brief debrief of Lumio. That seems to be the next item. And I know we started this last week. Oops, Michael, your hand is up for another announcement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Manny wanted to give an update of the upcoming events that are happening in San Diego also. Thank you. Off deck. Or Donna. Check.
If either of them have announcements that they want to add to this, please press 1, and I'll call on you. Somebody from San Diego. All right, it sounds like we're complete with our announcements, it looks like, at this point. So let us move to Lumio. And let's discuss Lumio. So let's have a brief, this is on the agenda, whoever put this on, for 5 minutes. So we wanted to see, let me read the agenda item. It said, how did it work and final report. Now, I can't remember if there was somebody working on a final report that put up their hand last week, but if you want to make brief comments about Lumio, let's keep these to a minute, because if the item is only 5 minutes, we'll get to hear from a few people. If you want to participate in that report, press 1. Don't see any hands. Could be a very short item. Maybe we did handle this last week. All right, there's some ones going up. Let's see. We have C followed by Donna, followed by Jackie. Let's go with C first.
Well, I guess Trisha's not on this call, and I think it was Trisha. who on Lumio, they're discussing I/O and Lumio and this and that. Anyway, Tricia's opinion was that in fact Lumio worked really good, and that it was perhaps better than either I/O or even the Maestro calls. So I guess I would concur that I think Lumio is right, and I can see sort of shutting down the NetGet 2014 planning. I assume we need to keep communicating throughout the year. So my report on Lumio would be that that's the one we need to concentrate to keep it going. Okay.
All righty. Thank you for keeping that brief and got down Twinkle. And let's see, Donna, you're next, followed by Jackie. Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, I really want to be able to explore Lumio more. I think that there were a lot of discussions going on Lumio, and I think that people just getting used to it, there was a lot of commotion. But overall, I think that that type of process is extremely valuable towards the discussions. The unfortunate drawbacks that I feel applied to this particular planning group are that everyone did not have access to Lumio, and that limited the conversation and in fact created some misunderstandings, I'd say, about some people not knowing about everything that was going on, and then animosity building and just a lot of miscommunication because we did not all have access to that platform. But I know I was only able to get on a couple times, and then I realized there's just too much, and I'd rather work on other things. So I think that limiting our platforms in the future, I would certainly give Lumio my vote towards a collaborative platform. I think that that seems to be something that we could develop, and as I understand it, the people at Lumio are fellow occupiers who developed it, so I like that. I also think that it shows a lot of promise. So I wish I could have been on it more. I know that there was a lot of drama going on, but I think that as we grow as a group and people start to change themselves and become the change, I think we can grow out of that and work more efficiently together. I yield.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Donna, for that. And let's see, you got Twinkles there from Lori, and we have Jackie followed by Lisa, followed by Sergi. Jackie?
Yeah, originally I got on stat to say that I didn't know who put the Lumio on the agenda. It's been there for weeks, but we're taking care of it. My real quick take on Lumio, there was a marked improvement in discussions. People started discussing things, which they did not. Other years, it would be email. Last year, it was Facebook, where people actually discussed things. But there was a real improvement in discussion. Once we got on Lumio, I found it not very good for decisions. People didn't know how to form a proposal, how to handle it. So I think all it needs is guidelines for whatever group is using it, and then I think it'll work just fine. Check. Cal, are you on mute?
No, I'm talking to the air again. Sorry, I muted myself. So you got Twinkles from 4 people there for what you said, and then the stack is Lisa followed by Sergi followed by me. Wait a minute, I see the 5s are probably, yeah, I'm going to put the 5s down because I'm assuming that was because you weren't hearing anybody, and so if you still need to put a 5, put it back up, and for some other reason, and we'll proceed on. So Lisa followed by Sergi. Lisa?
Okay. I thought that Lumio has some great possibilities. But what I didn't like about it is that, and I think Donna expressed this, everyone wasn't on Lumio. So you had some issues being discussed on Lumio and maybe some decisions being made without everybody knowing about it. You had other decisions being made on email. I think if Lumio is adopted, there needs to be a way to make sure that everybody can get on it, and also that becomes the place for discussions and decisions, and not, well, some decisions are made on email instead. It's too difficult to have all these different places to go to for decisions. And I recognize that, we need different email lists for the different groups, the different working groups. I'm not talking about those email lists. I'm talking about the big email list or the big Facebook list. So I'm really in favor of whatever one platform could be used for this purpose. I check.
All right. You got twinkles from 3 people there, Lisa. And we have Sergi, followed by me, followed by Tricia. Go ahead, Sergi.
Okay, I pushed the button with my ear, so pass me. Check.
All right. It happens every once in a while. So actually, I'm going to let Tricia, I'm going to yield to Tricia. If you would like to introduce yourself with your name, where you're from, and maybe 10 seconds about whatever wants to be bursting forth to be said. That was our check-ins. And then if you want to go ahead and speak on the stack, and I'll go after you. Tricia?
Yes, Tricia from Philadelphia. I'm calling from North Philly on my way home from teaching yoga class. I just want to burst forth some gratitude to, people for sustaining this movement through the national gatherings. And I wanted to talk about Lumio. I started the Lumio group because it was an announcement that was made that Occupy Sydney had created this, and it was far superior to trying to do it through Facebook. We also have, it's completely transparent because I made everything public. If we had some guidelines on, the composition of the group, because there's a lot of lurkers, people who I don't know, asked to be in it. We were just starving for bodies, so we just said yes. I said yes to everybody coming in, and not even knowing where they were from. So that could be a little bit better. The group who is actually using it and working, using the email list for working groups and the Lumio for big decisions, I think was a marked improvement over the last 2 years. Check.
All right, got twinkles from 2 people there, Tricia. And let's see, I'm next. So I was originally, I wanted to look at it. I didn't want to rush over there. I think there was the way it was originally framed is let's all just start using it and make the decision making there. Clearly, it has potential. Clearly, it has ways to go. The Lumio folks are trying to work on improving it. And for those of you who haven't actually used it, it's essentially basically blog discussions with a temp check consensus tool attached to each discussion, so you can make a proposal and discuss the proposal and then vote. So I think it has a lot of potential. It had just been announced, and often the 1.0 version of something isn't quite ready for prime time. It did get discussions going on the plus side that may not have happened otherwise. I think it was like wide open. I'm not used to Facebook, so I don't know what it's like over there, but it was kind of like wide open, untamed universe. And as a result, I found it being dominated predominantly by 2 people. One who was invited to come on to give us some suggestions, but just didn't really know how to interface with us, and the other one who basically overposted in almost every discussion, in my opinion, and both of whom actually made disparaging comments about other people, different people, and occasionally sometimes being downright nasty. And I'm just not used to people being nasty to each other like that. Maybe that's acceptable in other social media, but for me that would not be. So I think we definitely need strong guidelines and a way to manage those conversations, because I I would imagine that there are people who just got turned off by it. It's almost right from the start. So if you're able to manage that and understand this is a shared resource and a community and operate with the principle of fairness, I think it can work out well. I do think it has real potential. Check. And I got twinkles from 3 people on that. And right now the stack is clear. So anything left, we've come to the end of our 5 minutes for this topic. We've passed it, but if there's anything else about it, we largely seem to be in alignment. That, well, at least some of us thought there were problems, but everybody thinks it has potential. I would also, I realize I'll give one more comment, as nobody else has raised their hand. That I think it's a question of right tool for the right job. So there are some things that email really works best for, and Skype chats and things like that work much better than something like Lumio. And there are things that Lumio would work better for than other things, and there are things that the phone works better for. I would certainly not want to see Lumio or any electronic written-only form substitute for us being able to have this kind of interaction on the phone. There's no substitute for that, in my opinion. So we'll yield now that we have Carrie on the stack. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Never mind. Actually, you just summed it up pretty well, my thoughts there. I wanted to just say that I am on the Lumio and have been since day one, but I don't interact with it at all because of the personality problems and the one person dominating and starting a million threads, which jammed up my email and ruined the email list too because of ruining my email. So I agree. I think it has great potential. I was really hopeful for it, but we definitely need to tweak the process if we're going to try it again. Check.
All right. Thanks there, Carrie. And Michael, you got twinkles there, Carrie, from Jackie, and a response from Elaine. Go ahead.
In response to Carrie and a little bit to you and maybe to C as well on the Lumio issue, I would agree with the situation that happened on there and the need to control your personal interactions with it. And I think that we could have, as a group, handled that situation a whole lot better, and just the personalities that clashed with it caused it to exacerbate and get way out of hand. Anyway, if any of these outlets, whether it's on the phone or whether it's on Lumio, whether Facebook, whatever, if we are going to be an inclusive group, then we need to figure out personal ways in order to manage that. Either don't get upset because your email is getting bombasted or somebody's taking and posting a bunch of things, but finding a way to communicate and help them get more in balance with the rest of our group. I saw very little of that happening, and then turning around and demonizing. So that's all I'll say to that. Over.
Thank you, Elaine, for those comments. We got a response from C, and then another response, and then Michael on the stack. C?
Yeah. Gee, I just forgot exactly what I was going to say. Okay, I'll come back to it. Check.
All right. So I have a response, and it's a tag on to what Carrie said about one person, completely flooding with a million conversations. The sad thing for me is, and this points out the fact that we don't have a process for giving feedback that's actually helpful. But that same person who dominated is the one who actually thinks this platform works the best. He's the one who thinks it's the cat's meow. So that's a bit disturbing to me, because we haven't, as a community, been able to say to that person, you basically made this experience difficult for others because of the way you participated here. I don't think this is the forum for it, but I just want to say that I just wanted to add that little comment. And I got twinkles there and a response. Oh, see, you put your hand back up, it looks like.
Yeah, I think on Lumio and on any platform, we need to know who each other are. And like Tricia said, she'd let anybody in. So it's important to know that was one thing about the NatGad. We need to meet each other. We need to know each other. We need to know not just our login, our handles. We need to know our names, and we need to have some communication. I'm sure that can build up. Now, if the person that ruined Lumio is me, I think it needs to be stated now. Check.
All right. There are responses coming in from several people, and I don't know whether that's going to respond to your comments. I'm going to take them, see what order do we have here. It looks like, I'm confused. Jackie's feeding me the stack. So Donna, it looks like Donna followed by Carolyn. Donna?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm multitasking right now, and I wasn't sure. I just heard a statement, and keep in mind that I have not been on Lumio, so I'm not very familiar with the topics of conversation there. But did I hear my name mentioned in the context of Lumio? And if not, I apologize. But I did want to add that the accountability issue on Lumio was one of the first things I noticed when C was describing the program to me early on, is that the sock puppets, so to speak, there was no verification process. And I think that, we've come to a point in the Occupy movement that I think it's become vastly apparent that we all need to know who we're working with so we can trust them. And I think that transparency needs to just be, we need to know who's on there. I mean, we can't have just these people that are randomly popping on there and we've never heard of them. No one knows who they are, and they're attacking people during our conversations or derailing us or otherwise doing that stuff that the lame-ass saboteurs do to us online. Anyway, I do agree, though, the comment that, it is open to everyone. This is the diversity that we need. We can't be exclusionary, and if people want to start participating, we have to be open to that, I believe. So we do need to find a balance, and I think that we can do that by having some kind of verification process, or at least an accountability in terms of who we are actually speaking with on Lumio in the future. And I do hope we use it. I yield.
All right. And just to clarify, Donna, your name was not mentioned in conjunction with Lumio, just to clarify that. Carolyn, followed by Carrie, and then, and you got a bunch of twinkles there, Donna, sorry. So we have Carolyn.
Hi. I also think that saying this person or that person does such and such, I would like to see that if from now on, if somebody doesn't like what somebody else did, that they say so right away and say to the person, when you did this, I felt that way. Because otherwise we don't know who we're talking about. We don't know whether the criticisms are things that we have seen ourselves, so we know that that's what happened. I think it's probably something of a transparency issue, so that we know who's saying what and how they feel and why they're saying that. Check.
All right, you got a bunch of twinkles there. Let's see. Next is Carrie, followed by Michael. Carrie.
Thank you. My response was to C, and no, C, it wasn't you. It was Justin. So if we're going to name names and hold everybody accountable, Justin ruined Lumio for me and a whole bunch of other people. And it was pointed out to him on each thread that he ruined and that it didn't help. He just made more threads. And he came in at a critical time in this group's planning process and derailed it entirely. So it wasn't, I agreed with everything you said, Z, on the Lumio. And I tried to support you at the time, but eventually I just had to step away and not have that be a part of my NatGad experience because it was completely unhelpful. It was completely unproductive and unhelpful. So that was Justin. It was pointed out at the time. And as far as letting just everybody in, we kind of do. I mean, that's to me, that's how Occupy is. If we're going to be inclusive and reach out to new people, we trust everybody until proven otherwise. And then when those people prove otherwise, we need to hold them accountable. And so that's what happened on the Twitter too with Justin, and he was kicked off the Twitter. And then like a week later, somebody who was uninvolved with the media team almost entirely put him back on the Twitter, and then he got kicked off again for yet another offense. So I can go on and on about Justin, but I'm still waiting for the accountability part of the conversation. Check.
All right, thank you there, Carrie. And next we have Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, I think I have the mic on this time. Right, Cal? Cal, can you hear me? Okay, I should have the mic.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, Michael.
Thanks, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. I just talked to Melissa Balin, and she is going to call in, I hope, using my PIN. So the second Michael Buell will be her, and she can describe what C brought up beautifully and Lisa talked about. Apparently on Friday, the 29th, I believe, it's Friday, you folks have a permit for the whole west side of the Capitol and also some Capitol Rose Garden. And she said it would be a real shame if Occupy Sacramento and the different groups didn't use that. So I'm hoping she's going to call in and express exactly what her needs are to get up there and the people she's trying to get up there. So, Cal, if she calls in, it'll be the other Michael Buell. Thank you very much. Off deck.
Thanks, Michael. Carrie stepped away. Cal stepped away, and the next person on set is Lisa. Lisa, I'm going to open you up now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I think we definitely need to allow everyone to at least initially participate on Lumio. But I think it's impossible to vet people, to know who everyone is. But I think the most important thing is how they conduct themselves on Lumio. So I think there definitely has to be a code of conduct. I see code of conduct on a lot of Yahoo groups and other groups. They have a specific code of conduct. Certain things are prohibited. And I think before setting Lumio or anything similar up again, a lot of thought should be put into developing a code of conduct so that Lumio doesn't get hijacked, derailed, as Carrie put it very well. I check.
All right, thanks for those comments. And now we have Elaine with a response, followed by Dean.
I guess piggybacking off of Lisa, yes, a code of conduct. See, what I saw happening on there was he would post something that was a little bit, he had a great personality, and then people responded negatively to him, and then that would send him off into a spin, into a more negative pattern. And if we are not conscious about how we're communicating when we are trying to counter somebody who's doing something that we don't agree with, then we're going to have this more and more and more. To me, Justin is just pretty typical of a lot of people who have a lot of strong opinions and a lot of personality and are very powerful. And then when they go in and they're trying to help and then it seems like you got this block wall of, okay, we're in the in group and we're going to keep you out, and we don't like how you're talking, we don't like how you communicate, we don't like how you're blasting out all your ideas, and we have to be the change. If we are going to call names on this phone call and say that person is wrong, we have to be the change in how we deal with them, not they need to change who they are. We need to find a way to open it up and all of that. And people do get abusive when they're countering emotional stuff, and you got all this stuff going on. It's just like a typical Occupy GA, and that's what I saw at Lumio. And I'm the one at my GA that will go there, and we have a couple of people that they go to that person, and then and you take the time and you go through that struggle, And, you know, if that derailed you planning the Nat Gap, then, oh my goodness, how do you deal with the GA? You know, if that was the case, there's no way that we would have gotten to these 3 years. You know, we have to endure a lot, and I appreciate not wanting to. I don't want to be on this call, you know, dealing with saying these obvious things. We have to just continue to go back to ourselves and forgive quickly, move on, and keep going. And that's all I've got to say. Over.
All right, thanks. And remind us that we had originally allocated 5 minutes for this, and we're somewhere about 15 or 20 now, and try to keep our comments as concise and as brief as we can, but this is a rich conversation. We have several people with responses, all responses: Dean, Tricia, Donna, Lisa, Jackie. So, Dean, you're first. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'm going to send this to Lisa and to Jackie when I dig it up. But back in the day, 1994, I did write some guidelines for such things that were used in the Soc.Religion hierarchy of Usenet. Hey, remember Usenet? And they were facilitated hierarchies, and that's a Usenet term, don't get upset. It just recurs to the name structures. And it dealt with a lot of these issues. It worked really well, surprisingly. And I'll go ahead and dig those out of my archives. They're buried pretty deep, but I'll get them, and I'll send a copy to Lisa and to Jackie. Check.
All right, thank you there, Dean. And now we have Tricia, followed by Donna. Tricia.
Yes, on the Loomio, I put that I feel like if I had been a better admin and been able to, you know, have those guidelines to go through, I think, you know, I could have done a better job in talking to people and, you know, getting them on the right track and being able to take criticism and letting everyone work in the way that they can. But I feel like it was a big experiment, and you know, some people I felt went on too long, and they filled up all of the conversations with things that didn't quite fit. And I did try to move things around, and I felt like I got, you know, kicked a little bit about that. So it's a fine line. I think that we do need skilled facilitators in everything that we do, and we're not all equally skilled in all the things. So if we find our right roles, I'm a good initiator, but, you know, the follow-through, sometimes I let things just go, you know, and see what happens. So being you know, having a real strong administrator and having, you know, people who have the time and the capability of working through these tough issues with people who they don't know and are online, and would be a great thing. So I think having a team would be a good idea for them. Yeah, thanks. Check.
All right. Thank you, Tricia. And next we have Donna, followed by Lisa. Donna.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about this issue because it's really quite important. We are basically, our strength is our diversity. And I think that some of the problems that I saw that arose during this planning process was that it seemed like many people had different ways of communicating, and there was not accessibility for those varying modes of communication. The process and the structure that was used, in fact, was very much against what I don't know. It was very confined, I think, sometimes, and I guess what I'm trying to say is that I noted that a lot of people were very frustrated because some people communicate more freely and are circular thinkers, whereas some people are linear thinkers. Neither is superior. Both are needed. And I think that focusing on more adaptability for all forms of communication in the future would do much. I know that anthropological studies of social media have indicated that it is extremely difficult to form truly emotional and human connections with people online when you're looking at electrons on a screen. you simply are missing a huge connection that is necessary for humans to communicate fully as we do in person. That's why Occupy and our face-to-face gatherings are so important, because we can see people, we can see who they are, we can feel their energy. So I think that there was possibly a lot of miscommunication because people didn't truly understand who people were, and worse yet, they assumed things that maybe were not true because of the impersonal nature of social media. And that's just, that's just a fact. I mean, electrons can't substitute for a human being right in front of you. So on that note, I would like to say that, for instance, adapting to different people's accessibility issues, I believe that Dean is on the call right now, and I just want to, I think it was you who was facilitating a call I was on last week, and I didn't have a chance to thank you for adapting to my special circumstances, and that was just so brilliant, and I want to say that it made all the difference in the world, and I wanted to just thank you. I believe it was you, Dean, who suggested that instead of using the gong, that I just simply get a verbal cue, since I'm sensitive to the gong, apparently. And that just, that was such an easy way to be accessible to a human who has a special need. So I think we need to be kind and loving and realize that what we're thinking about people might not actually be the truth. We need to make sure that we're being fair and unbiased. So moving forward, let's try to minimize conflict by being kind instead of immediately going on the offensive. I think that will go far. And I apologize for the lengthy verbiage there, but I yield. Thank you.
All right. So it sounds like there's an invitation for a verbal cue instead of the gong. Donna, what would you like?
Neither today. Let's just get through this call. I yield.
Well, all right, we do have to manage time somehow. Okay, we have, let me get back to the stack here. I believe it was then Jackie or Jackie and Lisa. I think Lisa, then Jackie, then Lori. Lisa?
Okay. Yes, and going back to the code of conduct also, I know I've seen on some long Facebook posts where things get really, really heated and personal. The admin will delete some posts, and I think that the admin should be given that ability to do that, to delete posts that are just getting people upset, and or I shouldn't say, that are really offensive, that are attacking people, and taking the conversation into an incredibly negative place. I would also like to say, for future NatGat plannings, probably be good to have that a code of conduct for these conference calls too. I check.
All right. Thank you for that, Lisa. And then let's see, we have, who is next? Jackie, followed by, oh, and you got Twinkles Down from Elaine. I don't know if that was for you or for the person before you, but they were Twinkles Down from Elaine. Let's see, Jackie, followed by C, followed by Michael on the stack. Jackie?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this was to way back, I guess, but other people have reiterated it about a code of conduct. There's one thing that's in our, this should be part of the debrief, is that this group had a very hard time on follow-through. Right away when the Justin problem came up, everybody was screaming that we do need to have a code of conduct. The code of conduct for the calls was it the code of conduct for the calls, or the principles of solidarity were put up. The decision making that Cal and Sally and Delphine were going through was put up, and that doesn't mean that people have to accept those, but no one followed through to make something new and make something accessible. Same thing happened on the calls. When problems started coming up in March, that's when the decision making took off, and then it never got voted on. So there's been a lot of recognition that we do need some kind of code of conduct, or whatever we want to call them, principles, guidelines, but no follow through to make them happen. So I found that to be a problem in a lot of different areas this year. And the other thing I wanted to say was when they were people were talking about unknown people and vetting them and all that. I'm totally against that. That's not the 99%. It's inclusive. People have been on Facebook, been on Twitter. When you have somebody who really disrupts, then you get rid of them. But you have a guideline ahead of time. First, you have to address the person. Then you take it to another person. Then you, take it to the group and you make a decision. So it was not any unknown person ever caused any problems on Lumio. And I think that's it. Check.
All right. Next we have C followed by Michael. Go ahead, C.
I second what everybody's saying and what Donna said in terms of not recognizing the bits on the screen. Just as we chose Jennifer and Carrie to head up our Twitter team, I don't know if we have time to do it today, but I would hope maybe either today or on the next our next call. Why don't we choose? Why don't we get 2 or 3 people or whatever we need, a few people to basically put together guidelines and some structure and all that for Lumio, and then we can really move forward, and we'll all be on the same page as to what the rules are, and the people who make the rules will be those whom we chose to make the rules. So I think we need to definitely work on Lumio, and at some point I hope we can pick a team to sort of head that up, just like Jennifer and Carrie are heading up Twitter. Check.
All right. Let's see. Thank you. Next is, you got Twinkles there from Carolyn, and then we have Michael.
Yeah, is this me? Is the mic on? Is there another Michael on there? I'm trying to get Melissa to call in to give a report on what's going to...
Just the one.
Just
Michael.
the one. Okay, Cal, if she shows up, please try to get her in. She didn't know whether to push a 1 or a 2 or what to push. Thank you very much. She wants to give a report and ask for assistance. She's driving around in a truck collecting water, I believe, for the event.
Got it.
Thank you.
She's not on the call yet.
Okay, thank you. Check.
Okay. All right. That seems to clear out the stack at this point for this conversation, which has now been going on for about 30 minutes. Oh, we got a response from Lori. Thought we were done, but not quite. Lori?
Hi. Actually, I thought I had a 1-up or a 4-up before. Anyway, I want to suggest that it be made known wherever, on the NatGet site, on the InterOccupy site, that individuals or people, whole occupies, maybe, should contact AVP, Alternatives to Violence Project, across the country. Jeannie gave a workshop at the NatGat. She's from Alternatives to Violence. It's a real fun experience where community is built and people learn communication skills while they also play fun games, and they also learn to transform power. So this is a resource that is essentially free. I mean, if you need it to be free, it could be. I don't know if that's true all across the country, but in many places it is. Or else it's extremely low priced, for what you get, extremely. So I want to suggest that, and I really appreciate the very specific things about communication that Carolyn said, and that Elaine said, and Donna, and probably some others. But there were some very specific things said that were very simple. And one thing I just want to emphasize is someone said, I think it was Elaine, said how people have such different ways of communicating, and she explained this person, Justin's way. But she says if you go to meet with them, I don't know if she said one-to-one or a couple of people, basically go to them, I don't know if she said these words, but with respect, to really communicate, this can go a really long way, and this is what we need. Check.
All right. Thank you, Lori. And next we have Lisa with a response. Go ahead.
Oh, my question was answered. I check.
Okay. And next we have Jackie with a response.
Yeah, I just wanted to real quick confirm that there are, hold on, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 coordinators. They're not called admins on Lumio. They're called coordinators. So just so everybody knows that. And I think everything this year, the Titan pads, everything except the actual email list had multiple admins. But at any rate, so that doesn't all fall on Tricia's shoulders. There's a lot of coordinators on Lumio. Check. And you might still be on mute, Cal. Check. All right. Sorry, folks. I didn't see the message. Cal went for a bio break. Next on stack is, let me see, C. Let me open you up. C, followed by Elaine. Go ahead, C. C.
Check. I'm here. Check.
Okay. Weren't you on stack? Did you want to say something?
I think it got lost.
Okay. Do you want to repeat it?
No, I said check. Oh. I don't have. I'm. Check.
You don't have something. Okay. Okay. Next on stack is Elaine.
And I would say that in response to you, if there were so many coordinators and all of that, where were they and how did they get appointed and how did they get designated? And I think that comes back to a little bit of the accountability and transparency that perhaps we're talking about as well. And, those are the kinds of things that probably could have avoided all of this from happening and getting out of things. I mean, I deal with trolls. That's what I do a lot of the times online. So, there's ways and ways of doing things, and I just think we can do it better instead of demonizing one another over.
All right, I'm back. And Laura, you have a 5 up. Was that intentional or accidental?
No, that was before. Couldn't hear. Check.
Okay, got it. All right, so the stack is clear. Let's give a moment to see if there's anything else on this topic. Look at the agenda, see where we are. So I don't see anything else. I think I had wanted to make a statement on the call, and then I may have to be replaced as facilitator because I'm getting close to the end of the time that I allocated for this call. We'll have to see. I might be able to negotiate for more time, but again, I wasn't expecting to do it. So I had put an item on the agenda asking for a few minutes of time because a lot of things have been said to and about me on these calls, and I've never had much time to kind of set the record straight. So this is in service to a sort of demonstrative of getting to know who we are. And I see twinkles from Elaine there. And so I'm going to clear up a few things that have been said and let you know a little bit about who I am. And I'm going to time limit this to just 5 minutes. And then so I'm starting a timer now. And it doesn't need responses unless there's something I said that's not clear. But then we can move on to the next agenda item, which might be the accountability conversation. We have to see if that's next or the new groups. Jackie, I won't be watching the board for the next few minutes because I'm going to be looking at my notes here. And I want to say I have a little nervousness about this. I am a person who has a lot of deep feelings, and I'm sensitive, and I bleed, and I hurt, and a lot of things have been done and said in the group that have been hurtful. And I want to just most of these comments have been made, in my opinion, by people who, in fact, seem to be doing the things they're pointing the finger at me. It doesn't mean that I don't do those things too, but it's really hard. It's sort of almost hypocritical for me to even be on these calls sometimes because I've had to stuff down my personal integrity. And I'm a person who lives in a high level of integrity. So I've not had the opportunity to set the record straight, and it seemed in the interest of fairness, that's what I wanted to do, to clarify these things. And I believe this is what I need to move forward, just being able to say these things rather than getting into a whole reconciliation, because I don't think that's possible or even appropriate at this point. So I'll try to be brief. From my point of view as a facilitator, people like me because I'm usually pretty solid and my process is pretty clean, but I've had a few slip-ups on these calls, mainly on calls that I was asked to do without any warning or notice. The ones that I wanted to do, people really liked, like the second of those logistics calls where we had the breakouts. People really loved that call. So. But when I did mess up, I did apologize. Sometimes I go to the person directly after the call and ask them for feedback, and I'm open to constructive feedback, as most people who know me know. And I've received feedback about my facilitation on these calls, both positive and negative, and both constructive and destructive as well. I'm a pretty cool and solid person most of my life, and that makes me an easier target. I actually heard somebody say, I think it was C, who said on one of the calls, Cal's the guy who's cool, meaning in cool and calm. And I am. I don't let myself get riled up very much when people are doing things, but there's a limit. And so for me, this clearing of the air will help. I am cool, especially as a facilitator, but I am very sensitive, very sensitive. A couple of things were said about me and Occupy Oakland. This happened on the speakers group in emails. It was said that I was the person who brought down Occupy Oakland, but in fact, what I had actually done there was come about 2.5 months after Occupy Oakland was formed, and the numbers were already way down. And most of the split happened because Occupy tried to change the name to Decolonize, and that all happened just before I started participating. I came and I facilitated 6 GAs. If you ask people there, a few people might remember me, but most people don't, because I was absolutely a small player in a much larger Occupy. And after I tried to help change the process to consensus, and that effort failed, the decision-making process, because they had a supermajority, I left. So I came and I went from December to February, and I had very little impact on it other than to help clear out their agenda when the proposal queue was backed up, and people liked that as well. I always co-facilitated, and almost always with a gender balanced pair, which I loved. So that was Oakland. There's been some things said about the men's group I'm in, and my men's group is a men's group made up of men who've already done a huge amount of personal growth work on themselves. Some of them are workshop teachers. Yes, it was started by people who were at the top of their game, workshop teachers, organizational development gurus, heads of companies and whatnot, but they were all interested in knowing themselves further, knowing about what goes on in the depths of their own unconscious and our collective unconscious. And so we stand for a set of principles that, I believe are very much in alignment with the principles of solidarity. We are not a male superiority group. In fact, the men in those groups are mostly married to women who are strong, powerful women in their own right, and often find themselves trying to figure out how to learn how to interact with those women because the women are really solid, usually. So the things that have been said about my men's group are not true. I have spent, and in that men's group, our principles are integrity and wholeness, love and compassion, growth, and purposeful work. And so we value integrity and accountability very high, and I've actually tried to model that a number of times in this group, but I haven't really seen other people say, yeah, the thing I'm saying about you is actually true about me, and especially if they're upset. So I think we don't do accountability very well, which is really sad. Not any specific person. The whole movement likes to point the finger outside. It starts with the 1%. We want to demand they be accountable, but we don't really do very well ourselves. I would say that it's amazing to me to some degree that I've been the one who's been attacked, but it's not surprising because I'm an easy target. The people who are actually doing the things and abusing their power and whatnot, then I see it all around us in our groups, are never the ones who are actually attacked. I think it's easy to just deflect and make nice and then basically turn around to somebody who seemingly will take it endlessly, which is what I've done for several months. So I'm going to say no more to that. I'm going to say that that it's just too hypocritical for me to be here if that's going to happen. I'm just going to hold a boundary with that. And it almost looks, if I look at each of the 3 NatGat years, the first year, it was pretty good in the planning, actually pretty solid, I thought. We had a few rough spots as we would expect. The second year, less so, but still, we had this sort of boycott from outside almost. And then this year, I saw something I've never seen in any group, which was the group within attacking members of its own group itself, especially members who are hardworking. So that, I've never seen that before, and I don't know what that is an indication of, but I think that's what the real problem that needs to be addressed, is why is the group attacking itself? Why is the group derailing itself? Why is the group going after each other? Anyway, part of the difficulty, as I said, stems from us having no safe structure for giving and receiving feedback. We won't be dealing with that on this call. But I'll just say anyone who has ever gotten to know me knows that I'm an honorable man and an honorable human being and a feminist and so forth. And if anybody sees me other than that as a person, I'm not talking about the individual moments of behavior. We all slip. But if anybody doesn't see me as anything but highly honorable, then you haven't ever bothered to take the time to get to know me. And if you really want to find out me and about the truth about me, it starts with a conversation with me. Come to me and say, hey, I noticed something about you doesn't rub me right. I'm curious about that. I want to discuss it. That's what I want. That's what I want. Anyway, with all of that, I feel complete, and I don't feel the need to go any further. I have not. I've tried to make sure that I didn't talk about anybody else in specific. I just mostly talked about me and the group, but I hope that's been acceptable and that we can move on. My heart's sort of breaking as I say all of this because I just don't know whether we can turn this around or what was going on there. Anyway, I see twinkles from Michael, Jackie, Lori, and Lisa, and I see a 4 from Nikki. Go ahead, Nikki. Nikki?
Sorry, it's Elaine. Yes, I gave you a bunch of 2s, and the 4 came when you asked the question, why do we attack from within? And can we move out from beyond that? And that comes from a commitment from anybody who wants to even pretend that they're on the national gathering organizing team, saying personally, before I respond or when I do slip up, because we all have, and you voiced, your personal issues. I think everybody on this call can input their own scenarios and their own details and feel the same thing that you have felt at some point in this process. And I appreciate your doing it because it takes a little bit of emotional openness to put yourself out there like you have. And so I'm grateful for that. And as for the attacking, it's how we are self-critical. Is why we attack within, and coming in with this third one, being the third one. This really is our litmus test. It is our personal check. How do I want to go forward from here? Because our fourth one, which gets to the foundation for anything that we're building as we progress in time on the linear scale, is going to be critical. And we need to really evaluate and take all the tools, because my goodness, how many tools did we share up at NatGet? How many tools have we shared online? How many tools have we shared through the eons of peace movement as to how we want to be with one another? The trust issue was definitely the paramount one for me. I blogged about it on one of my blogs. And, you know, it comes down to, am I going to trust that stranger to be just as committed to what we're trying to do as I am? And I definitely, everybody on this call, and everybody who has been on this call, except for those perhaps who quit, and even those, I still say they're still as committed as I am. Maybe not to this event, but they are still committed to the calling that we have. And so, yes, can we do it? Can we do it without beating one another up? You know, that's time will tell, and we'll see, because that is our litmus test, and that's all I got to say. Thank you, Cal, for your words. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Elaine, you very much. And you got twinkles from Chaz and Lori and Carolyn. And I wanted to add a couple of other things for people who don't know. I used to be a software developer. Before that, I was a music producer. I've been successful. I've also been poor, and for the last several years, I've been on food stamps, and I am at the point where I don't know how I'm going to get my rent paid, and I have very discounted rent for where I live, and I'm concerned that I won't have a place to be after the weekend is over. So, anybody who thinks that I'm somehow connected with the 1% and intimately involved with them, I don't know where that's come from. So, I would actually say that we have behaviors that I've seen that would look very much like those of a disruptor and an infiltrator if I was there. I don't actually believe anybody on this call is, to be honest with you, but I do think there are people who seem to inadvertently, in the name of nobility, be doing the very things that would be abhorrent to us if we had it being done by the 1%. So, but I'm really worried about my financial situation and my housing situation right now, and I put that in jeopardy by going to the NatGat and even by being on this call. It's one of the reasons that I need to go soon. Anyway, more twinkles from Elaine and Michael and Jackie. And also from Tricia. So if there's a response, it's a response from Elaine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Cal, if you need a place to stay, I got a place in Yucca Valley you can crash at.
In the where valley?
Yucca Valley.
Okay. All right. Well, I may take you up on it. We'll see. Lisa, thank you, Elaine. Lori twinkled, and Lisa, you have a response.
Okay. Yes. I'd like to say that in regards to some of the hurtful things that were said towards you, Cal, I feel bad myself because I wish I had stood up and said, no, we won't tolerate bullying on this call, because I think it did get into bullying at some point. And I think we all need to kind of look at ourselves, and there's always a fine line between, we don't want to censor each other. We don't want to just have, platitudes and nicey nice calls. We want to be able to say how we honestly feel. But if it comes to a point where somebody is being hurt, I think we in the group need to take responsibility, and I apologize myself for not taking responsibility. I check.
I appreciate that compassionate response from you there, Lisa. And Michael, you have your hand up as well. There's two Michaels on the call, so I don't know what just happened here. Michael, you must be dialed in twice or something. Oh, wait a minute. You gave your PIN to somebody else. That's what it was. Melissa.
Hi, it's Melissa.
Yeah, that's right. Melissa, go ahead. I was asked by Michael for you to make an announcement
Yeah, I'm sorry I keep dropping in and out of the call because I'm filming something for the water project, but is now okay?
We were just if you can hold on for a couple of minutes, we're just wrapping up a topic, and then it seems to be winding down. But I just want to give space. This has been a tender moment in the call, so can you wait another minute or two?
Absolutely.
If it's urgent, I would say no, but yeah, we'd go ahead. All right, I'll be right back. So anything else on this before we move on? I just want to say thank you all for listening, and I feel like I finally had a fair moment to have something to say. Lori, go ahead.
I just felt I needed to say I very much appreciate that you shared this, and you set an example by being the model of what you want to see, by being vulnerable and saying what you experienced rather than pointing any fingers. I also want to mention that I noticed, there were other people on the call as well who felt unsafe on the call. And, I think this is such an important conversation. This right here that we've been doing towards the end of this Lumio conversation is one of the most important conversations. And I see NatGat from now until next year, or maybe even next year as well, but now until next year, as healing from within, and the first piece of that agenda is the personal healing. And I suggest, though I don't know if I will be on it or not, maybe, some kind of communications group to continue throughout the year. Check.
All right, thank you for those comments. Laura, you got twinkles from Carolyn and Jackie. And let's see, anyone else? Donna, you have a one-up. Go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to clarify whether you just insinuated that I was acting like a provocateur. Is that what were you referring to me when you said that? Because that would be kind of a really lame knife to stick in at the last moment on the last call when this entire thing started, with you attacking Nikki on a call and me stepping in and somehow me becoming your target. So I don't know what you're trying to do right now, and I know that I want to feel all warm and fuzzy about this, but I don't see it that way, and I see what you're trying to do. And, I don't know what it's going to take to move you to the light, Cal, but I'm going to ask you to quit sticking knives in me, okay? And I'm glad we're not going to have this call anymore, because if you just insinuated to everyone on this call that I'm a provocateur, that would be really, really fucking lame. I yield.
So Donna, I wasn't going to respond, but I realized I can respond in a way. And by the way, 5s went up from Jackie and Michael. But I would just respond by saying I did not say you were a provocateur. In fact, I said I don't believe anybody on this call is actually an agent. But I do think that people are, whether they realize it or not, are doing behaviors that would be the similar kinds of things that someone who was a provocateur or infiltrator will do, whether they realize it or not. And I would say there are a number of people who have done that. And we're not in the process of giving feedback because we have no safe way to give feedback to each other at this point. But I would say I'm not singling you out. I did not call you a provocateur. So I want to be clear about that. I believe that your heart's in the right place. I've also said you have fine qualities, Donna, but there are things that you did and other people did that are almost unconscionable to me, and I'll just say that. And I don't want to get into that's not. I hope the call doesn't unravel from this point on. Twinkles from Elaine, and response from Lori, and then I'll take the 5s. Go ahead, Lori.
Sometimes I think this might shed some light on the dynamics that just came out, I think. But just as, okay, it's hard to say this, but, well, first of all, the point is sometimes when anyone, let's just say anyone, points a finger at someone else, you acted this way, you did that, many times, but not always, that person themselves is perhaps blinded by the fact that they may be acting similarly. The other thing is this, that when someone has the qualities of confidence, very, great confidence, calmness, a lot of great qualities. But then if someone gets an image of you and that, say, you remind them of the 1%, then equalities that we have where we don't mean any harm can trigger other people. And I think this also needs to be just publicly acknowledged. No one's at fault for it, but it happens. There's all kinds of tensions that have been created and developed over a long, long time within the 99%. and anyone who has any qualities where they might even have qualities like someone pictures the 1% to have, then it could get difficult for some people. But it's just, this can play out in many, many other ways. Check.
All right, thank you, Lori. And we actually had some 5s go up before I called on you. I from the process perspective, I should have called on them first. Let's go with Lisa, followed by Michael. Lisa?
Okay. Unfortunately, I have to leave the conversation. So, Michael, can you start taking notes? I check.
All right. And then, Michael, I'm going to open up your mic for your 5, and maybe you can say if you're going to be able to start taking notes. Michael?
This is Michael. Yeah, thank you, Cal. I'm recording it, so I can transcribe the notes and send them to somebody. And whoever wants me to send it to them, then write me. And I'll start Lisa right now. From this point on, I'll transcribe. And is the other Michael Buell on that was Melissa Phelan, talking about the event wanting to talk about the event in Sacramento Friday. Was there another Michael Buell on there again?
Yes, I already talked. Melissa, we know Melissa's on the call. I've already called on her once, and she's patiently waiting for us to find a break where we can do this.
I'll be quiet. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get her on there. Thank you. Thank you, Cal.
She's sitting there. She's sitting there. Yep.
I'll check.
All right. And Manny, you've got a 5 up, and then go ahead, Manny.
Yeah, Donna came up with it on this. I think one of the things that we need to do, number one, is respect each other. And a lot of times, like for instance, if somebody's going to be a jerk, they're going to be a jerk. But we also have to kind of analyze, when somebody is talking to see if they're being a jerk or they're more passionate. Because some of us are more passionate than others. So I like to put myself in people's shoes. Like I've been putting myself how it feels to be black in America, and stuff like that. I put myself at what my friend might have gone through, stuff like that. So what I'm basically saying is we have to remember that we all think different. Our Mocha brothers from Mexico, our dark brothers and sisters, African American, our Vanilla brothers and sisters, our Rainbow brothers and sisters and stuff like that. We all have passions about something else. What might be important to me might not be important to you. Immigration is a big issue for me because I came here illegally with no papers, no English, and no money. And so that's a sensitive issue. Like, for instance, somebody can call me an illegal alien. That hurts. And that's I wish they would say undocumented immigrant, but they use illegal aliens around here like it's like I'm out of space. So sometimes we have to kind of put ourselves in people's shoes because, we come from different backgrounds, different cultures. Some of us have gone through, different, domestic violence. I'm very involved in domestic violence, abuse, kids and stuff like that. I was, in the middle of the Ronnie King, which was very helpful because it was the black community and the white community, and I happened to be Latinos. It was great to be in the middle and stuff like that. And so basically what I'm asking is that for us to move, forward is I want to let the world know that Occupied is not just all white, because, when you see that an Occupy movement, sometimes you see, I want to see diversity and equality. I think that's healthy and stuff like that. I also want to see more respect for our women out there in the Occupy movement, and I think that's what's going to help for us to move forward if we can actually show some love, and disagree with respect and so on and so on. So thank you, and I yield.
All right, thank you, Manny. Yes, there's a lot of trauma and woundedness in this movement, and the movement does attract those people who've been really badly banged around by the system. So more so, it's a kind of a skewed sample compared with the regular 99% of the people. So we do have a lot of folks here who have that we don't actually even know how to interact with. So I would say there's a ton of twinkles for what you said, Manny, and a couple for what I just said, and a 5 up from Jackie. And then we do need to get to Melissa because I did promise her we'd get back to her in a minute, and that was about 10 minutes ago. Jackie?
Right, that's what my 5 was about. It's to get to Melissa and to get to the rest of the agenda, and it sounds like some of this stuff can go with the accountability question that Donna wanted to have at the end of the call. Check.
Okay. Yeah, so I've got to do what I said. I've got twinkles from Carrie. There was a down twinkle from Lori to something, I think it was when Manny was speaking, something Manny may have said, so maybe what I said, I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to go to Melissa because that we were asked specifically to handle her as an urgent matter. So Melissa, you have the mic. You're still there. Melissa? Uh-oh. Michael, you may have to try her again. She's still on the line, but we're not hearing her speak, so she might not be at the phone. All right. She can put up a 1. Melissa, when you come back, put up a 1, or Michael, if you contact her, put up a 1, and we'll get to her again. So at this point, I want to say I probably should go, and I don't. Oh, never mind. Melissa's here with her 1. Go ahead, Melissa.
Oh, good. Okay, I was worried I was muted. I'm sorry. Hello, everybody. I want to thank you all for participating, and I'm just going to give a quick direction. We're going this way. We make a left on Burbank. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so I'm so sorry that I couldn't participate in the last wrap-up call, and to be sensitive to what you were discussing, I do want to say that while I didn't participate in much of the planning directly, that I do want to remind everybody that those of us that benefit from the hard work that you put together on the planning calls, we do hear about when it works and when it doesn't. And the thing that some of us, that don't participate but do feel the wave of the frequency, we want to let you know we care very much for the energy you all put into these calls and how difficult it is for everyone to maintain their sovereignty and still care about everyone else's causes. So just on a personal level, I want to thank both Cal and Donna for overcoming whatever personal issues that they both were so gracious to not really clue me into, but that I know they had to overcome something to keep going and to still be on this call today. So I just hope that everybody can keep on moving forward, because I don't like to hear that anybody feels disrespected after a call, even if I'm not on it. So that's my feedback on that, whether it was wanted or not. And now I guess, can everybody still hear me? And I'm going to give the announcement real quick.
Yeah, you're still on.
Okay, great. So as part of the follow-up for me in terms of NatGat and all the incredible things, I still have footage to share with everybody and blogs and media follow-up to do, so I'll email everybody in an appropriate way later. But we wanted to be sure that everyone everywhere knows that we did receive a permit. Stay Occupied received a permit for National Lemon Juice Day, which is this Friday, August 29th. And the reason that that is relevant to NatGat and the follow-up call is that the permit was acquired through the connections that we all made at NatGat, as well as the fact that we have an unprecedented opportunity of having a permit for the entire lawn, the north lawn, the south lawn, the west lawn, the traffic circle, and the World Peace Rose Garden. So we're working with David Williams, who I think is not on this call right now, but C, I believe, is on the call, who has spoken to him, and so I don't want to repeat things. But we would like everyone to participate from wherever they are. Today is White Buffalo Day, and you can, there's an event page on Facebook. You can participate any which way, whether you hashtag I accept peace, hashtag pass the peace baton, or hashtag accept peace. There's several variations. They're all on Facebook, so you don't have to remember them right now. And they're all on my Facebook page, but we'll post them or maybe tweet them through Interoc, or however everybody shares, maybe through the that texting program you guys use. But if everybody and Michael can also share on our behalf, that's a Facebook event page for today, leading up to Friday's Lemon Juice Day. We also want to explain that everyone can share their free speech there. So it's not a single issue event. It is a national holiday, and some of the members of the legislature might actually come down for the photo op, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. But you're welcome to bring your art, your musical instruments. We have a permit for amplified sound. And to be, in honor of full transparency and full disclosure, it might just be like 3 of us and this live painter coming up from Long Beach and this dunk tank to do an upside-down ice bucket challenge. We only permitted for 47 people anyway, so my concern is not that we need large groups of people, but that we need people that actually care about sharing an event, whether they're holding one banner or one sign. I'll definitely be there to tweet everybody and Instagram everybody, so even if they don't have an Instagram account, they can have a piece of social media for their cause. And then any other information, because I don't want to waste everybody's time on this call, is definitely available on the Facebook page. And I did an email blast out, but if there's a proper NatGat email, I think I still have Sally's email and Lori's email from when I did the poetry. But if everybody could share to anybody's email or to the large group email the basic details, Michael has them as well, and the Facebook event page, it's under National Lemon Juice Day. So I appreciate everybody's time, because I know that's a lot of random information, but it does sort of make sense, and it does sort of tie together, and the basic themes are that free speech is a lemon, and we want you to be able to express yourself through lemons about any issues that you want, because personally I don't like it when people qualify what my issue should be that I want to have free speech about. So whatever anybody wants to speak on, with the reminder that we're going to have a focus on children from noon to 6 and adults from 6 to 10 p.m. So we ask that people be a little bit more kid-friendly in their speech from noon to 6, myself included, and that from 6 to 10 we can be a little bit more buck wild. And obviously hate speech is never allowed any time of day. And our permit is from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that's most of the information. If anybody has any questions, I'll take them. But thank you so much for including me in the call.
All right, so if you have, and thank you for all that information, if you have any clarifying questions or anything related to what Melissa just said, go ahead and put up a 4 for that. You got a bunch of twinkles for the first part of what you said about the issue we were sorting through, and you also got another set of twinkles for what you said there, Melissa, about the announcement. I see a 4 up from Michael, so let's go with him. Maybe this is related to this. Michael?
Yes, it is, Sam. Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you, Cal. I want, Melissa, if you need or require some assistance in any fashion, please ask the group. I know there's Donna on there, who's associated with San Diego and Los Angeles, and also Manny. So please reach out to them or express any needs you have for transportation or for getting musicians and artists up there. Thank you. I'm off here.
Yes. Am I still on?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I had to push one again. Specifically to Donna, if Donna's still on the call and she's listening, because I didn't have her email address. We do have a large piece of a refrigerator box that could be painted to look like the Occupy the musical backdrop. If there was any way on the planet that she could physically be there, the live artists will paint that, and we'll do the reprisal that had been discussed, or at least my understanding of it, which I think is a participatory thing where people get a few minutes to share their musical talents. Also, if she could come, we would do a whole other musical thing if she could bring her guitar. Manny, I think, is in LA, so if anybody wants to come up with us from LA, I haven't secured a rental car yet or figured out how Mark Celentano, the artist who's painting live, and how I are getting up there. And I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to convince anybody from San Diego to come up. I haven't done that yet. I'm trying to convince Michael, and I just put out the plea now to Donna, and I also asked Medicinal Michael with Node Life Radio. But I don't, this is also last minute. If anybody knows of anybody that wants, we can chip in for gas, and I have a valid driver's license, so I can help with the drive. And Steven generously offered, that we could stay at his place that was referred to as Camp David, but, not as many people as stayed before. Like, I'm thinking it's just going to be 5 or 6 of us coming up. But if anybody, feels like making that trek and participating, it would be so amazing. Also, anybody from Sacramento locally, I thought that would be easier for everybody to participate. But we'll have supplies for live art. The big issue is transportation. And the people from Limonera are actually shipping the lemons at their own cost. So that's kind of awesome. But we have to get our bodies there.
All right. Let's see. We have a response from Elaine, and then we'll see where we go from there. Go ahead, Elaine.
Hey, Melissa, it's Nikki. Just be sure to post it up on Occupy Venice Beach's wall, too, because they might have somebody who might be willing to run up there as well. I don't know if you thought about that. I can't go. I got high schooler this week, and I have an art show in Joshua Tree on Saturday. So I'm a little bit preoccupied, but I'm sending you so much love and so proud of you, my sister. Over.
Okay, and there's a direct response from Michael next. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Jackie. Donna, if you're still on the call, be proud you and Cal discussed this issue. I know it was difficult, but if you can offer assistance to Melissa, please talk to her or call her. And Manny, the same. I think this is a very wonderful event. It sounds great. I remember her talking about lemons when we were at NatGad. And I'm tied at home because of my mother, and she had a stroke 10 years ago. And so right now I always need advance warning when I'm going to an event, like a week. But please help Melissa, anyone that can. Donna, Annie, anybody. Thank you so much. Off deck. Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome, Michael. Are there any other responses for Melissa? Or else we'll go back to we still have Donna and Lori with the 4 from before the announcement. I'm going to give that a 5 count. 4, 3. Okay, Tricia has one. Hold on. Go ahead, Tricia.
I'm just curious. Hello, Melissa. Love you. I'm just curious about. She said that they got the permit in relation to what we did at National Gathering, and I just wanted to see if she can shed some light on how that happened. That they got the whole lawn and anything that they said. That would be interesting. Check.
Okay, let's see. Okay, thank you, Tricia, and I'm going to open you back up, Melissa. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Terrific. So after NatGat, on the Monday, or I guess it was the Tuesday after NatGat, when the members of the legislature were all back, I sat there and had a one-woman spontaneous expressive event with my lemons and my art. But I had a lot of my NatGat memorabilia with me on my picnic blanket. And so they expressed that that was a protest and I couldn't be there. And I explained that I was definitely not protesting, and I was definitely having a picnic, making art, and waiting for friends to meet me to have a picnic. At which point C walked up with his NatGat t-shirt on as well, and they said he could wear his shirt, but I had to put mine away. At which point we had a long dissertation where Lou then came up, and every time one other occupier came up, it seemed to sort of save me from unlawful arrest, but also change their tune about what was permitted and what was not. And I was debating whether or not to put the video up, because at this point, we're trying to keep everything copacetic. But if it hadn't happened to me personally, it would probably be kind of hilarious. The video ends with the CHP officers explaining that the lemons are okay, but that the words occupy and the words art and free speech are not okay, because they are clearly trying to send a message. So in that weird diatribe that was videotaped, the permit was secured for this free speech event with chalk and with banners, but I mean it wasn't related to NatGat. I didn't mention NatGat in terms of the permit, but I certainly wouldn't have had the very strange relationship that I had with each of those CHP officers who knew that, who I was and why I was there, and that I truly wasn't a threat, if it weren't for the 5 days that we had all participated together so peacefully at NatGat. So I do want to clarify that, it is strange how the permit came about. Also, they wanted to know why I needed so much of the lawn, but because we're using it for a photo opportunity, and because I cited the misunderstanding that I had with Laura at the time, I wanted to be clear, since we're going to have celebrities, children, and activists, that we don't want anybody to be thrown off the lawn of the Capitol, but that we did want the right to be able to take pictures and have our banners at each section of the lawn. And so we were granted this unprecedented permitting, and I want to be sure that those of us who have issues that we care about get to take as many photos with as many signs as we want, as long as they're peaceful and not hate speech.
Great. Thank you, Melissa.
All right, thanks, everybody. So then I guess I say check and I yield, and I might have to jump off to call, so you can reach me offline because I'm going to go back to filming. But thank you all. Clean water is a human right.
Thanks, Melissa. I must have been on mute. I was trying to tell you that there's a response from Donna and one from Tricia. So let me open Donna up if you can hang out. Go ahead, Donna. Second, Donna.
Yeah, I was just going to say that unfortunately I cannot go up there at this time. I'm just one day in San Diego doing errands, and then I'm back up to working on a project for about 3 weeks until S17. So I'm really, I'm basically just going to be focusing on only that and kind of just making sure that my projects get out. And so I wish you great luck. And I can try to support you by passing around links. And good luck with that. Definitely, and I yield.
Okay,
Great.
and
Thank you
Tricia,
so much.
you changed to a 2, but did you still have something to say, Trish? Your mic's open.
Yes, I did. I wanted just for us to just, pause and recognize that how much we gained through our strategy. We, she has now we can occupy the whole thing, and if we just spread that, we can, we can continue to, spread the influence of trying to, expanding the borders of free speech. So I just wanted to commend our whole team for doing that without one arrest, and for speaking truth to power. And I did call our governor's office shortly afterwards, and she said, yes, I know you are a very big group, and that you, and blah, 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 and we just had to talk. So I think if everybody keeps up their relationships and keeps growing what, we worked so hard to plant, then we're going to, do great things. So I just want to really thank Melissa for sharing that story. Check.
Thanks, Tricia. And there is another response, actually 2 more responses for Melissa, which is Lori and followed by Elaine. Go ahead, Lori.
Hi, Melissa. I think this is an incredible creative idea and way to magnify the power of Occupy, turn lemons into lemonade, and apparently still keep them as lemons. And this is also the first time I'm hearing about it, and I am so sorry, but this is the most busy week ever. I didn't even know if I could make it to this call. So as far as I know, I wouldn't be able to come, but I would, if it ever happens again, I would really love to be there. This is awesome. Check.
Thank you, Lori, and followed by Elaine, and then I'll open you up again, Melissa. Go ahead, Elaine.
Actually, I was wondering if Sergi is still on the call, because I know Occupy LA has the GA tonight, and maybe he can make an announcement there. So if Sergi, you're still on the call, maybe you can do that for Melissa. Over.
Thanks, Elaine. And yes, he is, and he twinkled you. So I guess that's a go. And Michael. Let me open you up, Michael. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, Trish, that was beautiful. And Sergio, please bring it up at Occupy LA and try to get the support to get Melissa up there with all my heart, please. And let's pass it around on social media, and let's make it happen. Thank you. I'll text.
Thank you, Michael. Now let me check if our facilitator is back. Not yet. Okay, so where do we stand? We still have 2 4s from way back before, but I also want to point out that it's 9:03. The call ends at 9:30, and we definitely need to get to the next steps projects. And so I don't know where really to go from there. I guess I would say the 2 people with 4, which is Donna and Lori. Do you object to going on to the rest of the agenda? And then we can pick back up with that at the end of that. Can you put a twinkle if that's okay? And if not, then I guess we'll have to take your 4. That's cool with Donna. And that's not cool with Lori. Let me open you up, Lori. Go ahead.
Hi, mine is real quick. I just wanted to clarify something Cal said. I twinkled a lot for Manny. There was no down twinkle there. So there was a few twinkles I did there. And the down twinkle was, it's a minor, but maybe not. Just when Cal said, he said there's a lot of trauma and woundedness in our movement, and it's kind of a skewed sample of the 99%. And I just twinkle down because I think that within our group, people are revealing themselves, whereas the 99% is full of trauma and woundedness. So I check.
Thank
okay.
you. And I'm sorry I did not. Okay, Cal's back. But Cal, let me one last thing. I forgot to open you back up, Melissa, if you had any last comments after those direct responses. So you're open again, if you're there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, just in closing, I do want to thank everybody for their efforts. And just for clarification, I do want to say we only got the permit on Friday of last week, and I was trying to type up the details and try to confirm some people. So it's less than a week's notice for the event, even though I put in the request a week and a half ago, just so that everybody knows that's why we're really hearing so last minute, and to thank everybody for their participation. Even virtually, you can write something on a lemon and take a picture from wherever you are. So you guys are all awesome. Thank you. I yield. Sorry. Check.
Go ahead, Cal. You ready to take back over?
Oh, I was speaking to the air again. Had myself on mute. So I had disappeared because I was trying to get myself replaced as facilitator, but it doesn't look like I have that option. So, but we may not be. The call may be. We may be winding down and getting close to it. We're at the 2.5-hour mark for the call, and this was a 3-hour call. What I want to suggest are the following things. I think that the accountability conversation needs its own call. I can imagine that there are many and potentially complex accountability and transparency issues that need to be discussed, and I think that could fill up easily a 2-hour call just by itself, a 2 to 3-hour call. So I want to suggest that actually be scheduled as a separate call, just to deal with those issues, and I see a bunch of twinkles going up for that, because I think this would turn into a 5 or 6 hour call easily, and I don't know if people have it there tonight, but that's the first thing. Second thing is my suggestion instead would be that we go to closing thoughts, because if each of us gets a minute and a half to have a closing thought, that'll be a half an hour right there. Because some people will take 2 minutes, and we will then fill up the 3 hours if we just switch to that now. So what I was going to suggest is that we see if there's anything we absolutely have to handle before we sort of go into closing thoughts. And the reason for closing thoughts is that the idea is we're completing the planning of the 2014. This is the completion of the planning of the 2014 effort. And we can carry the accountability and transparency conversation forward into another call, and we can carry whatever happens next outside of this call series. So that's where my suggestion is, and I see a response from Jackie to that, in addition to a bunch of twinkles. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oops, I think Michael had a response up first to Melissa, but right, I wanted to say that we need to finish, and I don't think it'll take all that long. The next steps was setting up projects, final reports, the facilitation team, which was formed, to help with the social media archives. That's about it, is 4 of them. So I'd like to run through those before closing thoughts. Check.
All right, and Michael, you had a response. Is that old or a new one?
Well, it's related to this, Cal. I think that's great that we put the accountability into another call. I think it's needed, and I agree with what Jackie just said. I wanted to give a call out to Manny. I totally agree, 100% with all my white soul, what he said, and in solidarity, totally. And Sergio, I'm the one that you did the interview with at the media tent. It's excellent. Please, at Occupy LA, if you need any information, call Melissa or call me. My number is 760-468-6609. Please bring it up at Occupy LA and get her some help. I would so appreciate it, and I love all of you. See, thank you all. Dick. That could be my closing thoughts, too. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're not quite there at the closing talks. We had Jackie wanting to handle a couple of other items first. Sergi, you have the mic. Go ahead. Sergi, you put up a 1, and you might be on mute.
Yes. What is the number again, please? Check.
Michael, can you repeat your number for Sergi?
Yes, definitely. 760-468-6609.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Sergi, if you text me your email, I will send you everything I have from Melissa, and you'll be fully informed. Thank you. Off deck. And yes, Jackie, go ahead, please. I mean, I love your idea as well. I didn't mean the closing thoughts. I just threw that in as a, I'm off deck. Thank you.
So as I look through the next steps, I see final report summary from NGWG, the finance report, the new groups. Those are probably just quick announcements. And then we can close. So, Jackie, this sounds like what you were talking about. So the first one on the list is final report / summary from the NGWG 2014. Go ahead, Jackie, you got a 4 up.
Yes, so usually we do some kind of final report. Last year we put documentation together. It didn't go too far, but we did it for a couple of weeks, and to have something for the people this year. So I sent out an email to the group. Chaz is on board to do a report. Tricia also is going to. I'm sorry, Tricia, I forgot what you said in the email, but Tricia's doing stuff, including pictures and reporting about something. That's the only 2 people. Of course, I'll take up putting it on the website. So is there anyone else who wants to join? I see there's other numbers up. If you want to join that group, go ahead and press a 5, and we'll collect your info and then get a hold of you. Okay,
yeah,
Elaine.
Michael, Elaine,
okay.
C, and Chaz. Michael, Elaine.
Okay, let me collect the 5s. Hold on one sec. Okay, and I'm not as good at this as Cal. I have to go see. Okay, copy. Got you guys. Okay, fantastic on that. You can put those hands down, Cal, and then the next one, final finance report. We'll just do that from finance. I don't know why I even put that on there in the beginning, but right, Lisa, Sally, Delphine, Kathy. I'm not sure if Kathy's still involved. For folks that don't know, her mom passed last week or right after NatGat, so that's a very sad time. She's probably tied up with that, with the grieving process. Okay, so the facilitation group was formed. I know there was some discussion last week about process, whether that goes in with it or it's separate. I'm pretty sure that 2 people were definitely it being in part of facilitation. That's fine with me. I think Cal wanted it separate. So Cal, why don't you let us know if you're trying to form another group? Let me open you up. Go ahead, Cal.
I approached Jennifer because I actually think that she and I are probably could resolve it pretty easily, and it could actually potentially be one group. So I'm waiting for her to get back to me. She was working on the blocking of the boats, the Israeli boats up in Tacoma and Seattle, and so just waiting for her to get back to me. But I think we should be able to resolve this and get the group, and she can get the group going. So I think that's good news. Check.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking on mute. Go ahead, Dean, with a direct response.
Yeah, real quick. I did speak to Jennifer about 45 minutes before this call, and Cal, I got the same sense that I think we'll evolve something really effective. The communication is definitely there, Chuck.
Great. Thank you, Dean. And Elaine also has a direct response. Go ahead, Elaine.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but if it's something that would be productive on, I would be happy to join it.
What we're talking about is Melissa, I keep saying Melissa, Jennifer announced the formation of a facilitation committee, and there was a discussion about whether that should be having a process committee, and I thought they should be two different things. And she thinks they should be one, and so I wanted to chat with her to see if we could come to some meeting of the minds. I actually think they probably could be one, or maybe they could have subgroups of them, that kind of thing. So I think there's a way to make it work out. I think we're pretty close on that as well. So that's what that was about, Elaine. And I think she had taken hands of about 6 or 8 or 10 people who wanted to be on that committee, and those names were forwarded to her and to Jackie to set up a list so they could start communicating as a facilitation group. Let's see. We've got I got a 5 from Sergi. Go ahead.
Oh, I just I was trying to make sure that I was included in the group, whatever is going to be the process or facilitations, and so that's what I wanted to check.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. You wanted to make sure that what?
That I was included in the group.
Oh, that you were included in the facilitation group?
Yes.
I can't get access to that right now, but it'll be in the notes. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I think you were. I'm pretty sure, but I'll check it. Let's see. We got twinkles from Michael and Chaz to something that somebody said in the last 5 minutes. And Tricia, you have your hand up.
Yes, the group seemed to have come out from facilitation of the GAs. We kind of overlooked that fact and didn't that we're going to need facilitators, note takers, and stack takers at the GAs. So that's how it came about. I'm not sure what if you have what's the purpose of the group? I know. Are they going to facilitate? Is it going to be facilitating the next national gathering, or is it going to be facilitating GAs and trying to make sure that there are skilled facilitators for the GAs? If there's another one, that's what I wanted to ask and check.
Well, I think that since Jennifer's not on the call, and I think that we should wait until she comes forward. And I'm going to try to check that list to see, Sergi, if you're on it and who else is on it. Jackie, go ahead with the response. Whoops, put it down before I got a chance to call on you. So right now the board is clear. There was another group listed, Social Media Archives. Is there something that needs to be discussed there, Jackie, still? I'm going to open up your mic.
Wanted to see if there's any volunteers. Okay, Chaz started a Facebook page like we did last year, Archives, which did fairly well. A lot of people added to it. There's been a lot of talk about moving away from Facebook, and Facebook screwing around with people, etc. So I'm thinking that the archives need to also be on the website. So if there's anyone who is interested in joining a team to pretty much just copy the links from Facebook and stick them on a pad, and I will stick them on the website. So if you want to be part of that, go ahead and let's see. There's too many other numbers up. Press a 3. There's no 3s at the moment. If anybody wants to help with copying the info from the Facebook archives and sticking it on a pad, then I will put it on the website. And great, we've got Tricia and Chaz. Anybody else? Okay, great. And I am out. I guess I'm done. Check.
All right, looks like that handled all the items you wanted to handle. And Dean, you have a 5 up. Go ahead, Dean.
Me?
Yeah, maybe you inadvertently hit it, but he's showing a 5.
Well, maybe I did. Well, there's one thing I did want to ask. Manny, we've got somebody from Argentina going to be on the call tomorrow. He's in Texas right now, but after listening to you today, I thought of you as somebody who might be interested in being on that, so we can have a little bit of discussion about some of what's going on south of the border, way south of the border, and that's the Occupy Movement Weekly National Press Briefing. It's at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, and it's on the InterOccupy full calendar for tomorrow at noon Pacific time. Check.
Okay, thank you there, Dean. And we have Michael with a 5 also.
Yeah, this is from Manny. I'll get you the information, Manny. I'll text it to you. So you'll be able to be on the call tomorrow if you wish to. It's wonderful, and you'll be very deeply appreciated, your input, and I look forward to it. All right, brother. Thank you. Off deck.
All right, thank you. And a reminder that a 5 is used for either point of process or technical difficulty, not for responses. Tricia, you have your hand up with a response, followed by Carrie.
Yeah, if we can have a multimedia place to put all the links, all the videos that people have made, because if people have taken a lot of videos that they probably haven't even had time to upload. And so maybe if we can, the media team can wrap up by making a long video and a short video, like a 30-minute and a 2-minute, and it would, do the highlights. I think we have a YouTube channel, but we could also, embed things into the website and make it more useful for stuff even that happened from Philly and Kalamazoo as well. So I think that's a way to use the resources that we've built this year and parlay it into, having something that's an archive that's not on Facebook and that is accessible to everyone, that maybe they can upload things as well. So maybe we can, just have the media team kind of think outside the box and try to bring all this stuff out that people have recorded. I'd like to talk to Michael about that too. So check.
All right, you got twinkles there from Chaz, Michael, and Donna. And Jackie, I should have also mentioned that Michael had put his hand up to do that task along with Chaz and Tricia, so please add Michael. He had put up a 3 for that as well. And let's see, we have next is, and got twinkles from Melissa. We have Carrie on the stack. Go ahead.
Never mind. Check. Tricia covered it. Check.
All right, great. So it looks like the board is clear, and we may be finished with all of that. Let me just check to make sure that we covered it all. At this point, it does say propose other new groups, but nobody put any proposals down, so kind of late in the call to be starting that. So let's move to closing thoughts. And so with this is going to be sort of the opening of our closing of the completion of the NatGat 2014 planning effort that has been going on now for many, 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 many months. Jackie, you have a 1-up before we do that?
Yeah, actually, the accountability and transparency call. Do folks want a call set up for that, or wait on it, or what? Check.
All right, that's a good idea. Let's do a temp check on that. You got twinkles from Elaine and Jackie and Carolyn and other people. So let's do a temp check on that. Well, I actually see Donna with your hand down. Let's do a temp check. So if you'd like to have a call to deal with accountability and transparency, specifically for that, please press the number 2. If you don't think we should have a call for that, and it could be anything else, press the number 3, and if you stand aside, press the number 4. So again, this is for having a call dedicated to accountability and transparency issues. I'm keen on that idea, and would love to participate. That's a number 2 if you like that idea, 3 if you don't like that idea, and 4 if you stand aside. I'm looking for Lori, Manny, Nadine, and Dean. Dean will be standing aside, of course. Manny, you're the only one who hasn't voted on this. 2 to have a transparency call, 3 not to have a transparency call, and 4 stand aside. All right. Absent votes from Nadine and Manny, who did not vote, and Melissa, who's I imagine is not participating. Let's see. The votes are 6 people with a 2, 1 person with a 3, and 6 people with a 4. So the one person with a 3 is Donna, so I'm going to open up your mic to speak to your, if you'd like to speak to your 3, it's up to you. You don't have to.
Yeah, about a month ago, I thought we were going to have one debrief call, and this just seems to be dragging it out, and I don't care to do that, really. I'd like to move on. I yield.
So, Donna, are you saying you don't want to have a call for this and we'll just let the transparency and accountability conversation go? Is that what you're suggesting?
The accountability and transparency questions have been ignored since we first started bringing them up in February. So I don't anticipate it would turn out any other way. Again, most of these issues started with simple accountability questions that went unanswered. Many of them were answered earlier. And I would question why it took so long to get simple answers to things that people were asking for accountability about. So I really don't know where to go with this. All I know is that I have a lot of stuff to do, and I'm a very busy person. And the idea of getting on these calls every week honestly makes me sick. So I would like to be done with them, because even if no one else sees it, I just really don't want to continue this process, because it is highly dysfunctional, and it has been highly dysfunctional for me. But I'm, I don't even know what to say anymore. I do want to state that I did have a 4-up before, which was not acknowledged, and my hand was put down, and I did want to say that I am very much opposed to using the word attacking when everything started with simple questions for accountability and transparency. And it got to the point of turning everything on me when I actually was not the one who brought up any of this information in the first place. How everything got turned on to me, again, is still a surreal question of how all of a sudden I'm responsible for all of this and there's some issue with me. I just asked for some questions that came up from someone else's research. And in terms of accountability and transparency, if those questions were answered back in February or January, whenever they first came up, we wouldn't have had all these problems this entire process. So I don't know why you want to have another call for accountability and transparency. It would seem to me that I agree with the person who said before, when something comes up, we deal with it right away. That's what we tried to do, and we were never able to do it. And how it got this bizarre is honestly being studied by 2 people I know for academic papers, and I myself have a wealth of information. But the point being, people need to be accountable, and if someone asks a simple question, you just answer it. What's the big deal? It's not a big deal. I don't understand where the lack of transparency came in that caused all of this more, how I got dragged to the center of it. It is truly bizarre. I just want to be done with this process. It's over. And I believe that all new people should start this next year. This should be completely brand new every year and not connected to any of this dysfunctional past, in my opinion. I yield.
Okay. Jackie has a 5-up, and then I have a very quick response, and maybe Jackie will handle it in hers. Go ahead.
Well, the only reason this temp check was just taken was because at the start of the call, Donna, you asked to put accountability and transparency on the agenda. And when you did have a 4-up and Cal was away and I was facilitating, I asked the question if we can skip those 4s until the end and go to it. So it wasn't ignored, it was addressed. So let's just squash this. I don't want to have a call either. Check.
You got Twinkle Down from Donna. And my response is, Donna, I don't recall seeing any question brought to this call or an email, any questions about accountability. I never saw questions. I saw assertions and accusations, but I never actually saw a question that was ever raised. Certainly nobody's asked a question I've ever seen of anybody, including me. So I've not seen any accountability questions raised. I've seen ideas raised, but I've never seen an actual question, which you say there are questions that have gone unanswered. Anyway, down twinkle from Donna, and so I guess we're not going to have this call. Donna, the other reason that I called for the temp check is because I heard you say earlier on this call that there were multiple issues of transparency and accountability. It wasn't just one thing. So it seems like if there's a lot of it, we need to have a conversation about it. So that's why we're doing it. But it seems like you don't want to do that. So I guess by the power consensus, one person can block. And so I think we were trying to support you in your efforts, and it seems like you're blocking that effort, that support. So just not sure what to do about it. Elaine, you put a 5 up. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, yeah, because this is exactly what I was talking about earlier with the whole Justin thing and how everything gets spun out of control really, 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 really quickly. Anyway, my question, I had a 4 up for Donna. Donna, do you mind if we have a call on transparency and accountability? Because I do think it's a very important conversation, and I do think that some of the issues that you raised in terms of that and creating a process to where we can facilitate those questions coming out in a safe place, and so we have dialogue. And, anyway, if you want to go back and listen to what just happened in that little nanosecond, you will see how we attack one another. And that's all I have to say on that. And I do hope we do set a new call for next week on accountability. And if you want to participate, that you're on it. And if you don't want to participate, you're not. And Cal, and if you need a facilitator, I will actually get my butt up to a computer on a Tuesday afternoon and take the facilitation training for Maestro, if that's going to help us get over this. Because continuation of energy, yes, new energy is great, but to continue a movement, you have to build. And you build by building relationships. And I guess this is my closing remark at this point because, with everything that happened, and I have a lot of issues on accountability and all of that because of what I experienced playing Nikki for the whole summer and involving myself in a group of strangers that I knew from nowhere. And yeah, we need to have that, and that's the only way we're going to get to that place that we keep trying to think that we can get to, and in my opinion. Anyway, that's it. I'm over.
All right, thank you, Elaine, for those comments. And you got twinkles from Lori and myself about the importance of having this conversation, whether Donna chooses to participate. Michael, you twinkled, but you also had a 4 up.
Yes, Cal, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Donna, I'm going to send you a copy of this, of the meeting, so you can review it as was recommended. And please, I'll support you in any way. Let's get the accountability committee set up so we can stop these little things from spiraling into monsters, please. I will help you in any way I can and help facilitate. Thank you. Donna, do you have a reply, please?
All right, and while you're there, I'm going to open up your mic because he's asking for a reply. Michael is Donna, and also if you would say if it's okay for others to have that accountability call, whether you choose to participate. Donna?
Yeah, I don't know how my down twinkle gets interpreted as a block that's going to stop the whole group. That's not what I intended at all. I just have no desire to continue with this process. It is dysfunctional, and people aren't seeing what's happening to me, and I have no desire to continue with it. I yield.
All right, so it sounds like you're okay with us. It's okay if you don't object to us having the call.
Yes, and I did not down twinkle Jackie, so I don't know. I didn't down twinkle anybody, so I don't know where that came from either. I was not down twinkling what Jackie said. Just to correct that.
Got it. Okay. I'm just talking about when we actually took the vote. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And Michael also asked for your response to him about the offer of support. Anna? Michael,
I'm not really sure how this call always turns on to me.
No,
but I would like people to stop talking about me right now again. This happens every week. How does this happen? Stop talking about me and talk about what we need to talk about. I yield.
Donna.
I think he meant that he was trying to support your effort to bring the accountability conversation forward. That's what I interpreted. Michael, go ahead.
Donna, please. I mean it as support. I'm not. You're an important person. We all need to send you hugs and support. That's where it's coming from my heart. Hugs and support for you. I believe in you. And it's not, I'm not trying to turn attention to you. I'm just trying to say, well, I'll help you. And let's have a transparency committee and try to stop the little snafus that stumble us and weaken us. And I love you. We love you. And you're critical to us. And I'm off deck. Thank you.
Good twinkles there from Tricia and Lori for you, Michael, and a response from Chaz.
Hi, everybody. I think I noticed what happened with the down twinkling, because I just heard Donna say that she didn't down twinkle what Jackie said and didn't down twinkle what Cal said. She had a 3-up for her vote, which was not a block. It was just a vote. She just wanted to not have another call. And yeah, I think that was an error on Cal's part, maybe, that he said that she down twinkled, and I'm sure he did not mean to do that, and I just wanted to bring that up to clarify, and I hope we can move forward with the agenda and get to the closing remarks. Check.
Got twinkles there from Elaine, Michael, Jackie. So I think we're ready to move to the closing. I'll give it a moment, and if there's no other hands, we'll move to the closing. Okay, so I want to, if you're, and this is an invitation, not a requirement, if you're in a place where you can sit quietly and breathe for a moment and just connect with everything that has happened over the last 8, 9+ months, a moment of silence to just consider all that we have experienced and gone through together and separately and together. And we'll be making our closing shares in a moment here. And what is the one thing that stands out for you? Feel your heart just wants to pour out about what we did, about this planning effort, way of completion. And I have a 1-up from Nadine, and then we'll go from there. We'll go through the rest of the list. Nadine?
Well, I'm clueless with these numbers, guys. As you know, I have not been in on these conversations very much. But I don't know who it was that orchestrated the march against what's going on in Gaza. But I wanted to pay a compliment to whoever did that. I'm sure it was orchestrated to rendezvous with them. But my soul was moved as we united with the crowd at the federal courthouse, had our voices heard in solidarity together with them, and then they joined us in our march back to the Capitol. I mean, if angels could have spoken, they spoke to me that day, saying that we are the humans, and we've got to crush these non-human entities that are basically killing the world. So I don't know whether if you're familiar with who coordinated the march and whether they just were in contact with that group, but that was the highlight for NatGet for me.
Thank you very much, Nadine. Welcome. I'm glad you were on this final call. You got twinkles from Michael there, and I think I'll just go through the list from top to bottom, and we'll go from there. I'm going to start with Tricia, and then next would be Elaine. So go ahead, Tricia.
Well, I guess I'd just like to say how interesting it's been to be on such a steep learning curve, and coming to the end of it and having done this, almost 3 times, and it's just so improbable that we actually pulled it off together. I think that what happened on the ground was so wonderful, and so much of what we wanted to experience on these calls. Like, people were really communicating, and they were empowering each other and trying new things, and moving into roles that they wanted to play, but maybe haven't done it before. And everybody worked together. I thought it's just interesting to see the difference that face-to-face contact makes. I feel very warmly towards all the people that I've met, and I know that there's going to be a lot of leadership. David Andre was the one who coordinated that great march, and it was the first one he's ever done. So I just wish everybody all the luck in the world. I think we should make a new Lumio. I think we should kind of close that Lumio, and if anybody wants to start another NatGat group, then they should start their own, because then we won't have to piggyback any stuff from this year. I think we should dissolve and really, shake hands and say, well done to each other, and then, just kind of take our hats off for the fall and see what pops up. But congratulations to everyone, and I wish you all, all the best. And I know another world's possible because I saw it on the Capitol grounds. So peace out.
Thank you there, Trish. You got twinkles from Michael and Donna, and I'm asking that people stay on so we can all hear each other's shares until we're completely done. So we have Elaine followed by Dean.
Am I off mute? Yeah. Simple choices to take care of simple things really just requires discipline to remember your commitment to your choice and a continued desire to continue in your commitment because it was your idea in the first place. I was on an NRC call. I was the only one this meeting before they go to the commissioners with the staff's final reports about the new rules for our nuclear regulations in our country. And incorporated is the new American way of corporate reality. The EPA earlier this year came out with their value of a human life. And our NRC staff is submitting rules that also include a dollar value for human life that is actually at a cut rate deal from the EPA's. And I was the only public on that call and on the webinar and in that room that had a problem with that. And I had to challenge those men in that room quite directly to think about whether or not that's how we want to be in this country. Just view humans as a dollar number so that we can make laws and regulations that fall within some kind of construct of acceptable collateral damage. And that's why I occupy, because that's not human. It's not American, but it's really not human, and that's where I get to first. So when Occumom said that at the beginning, that's what I see. And I just thank you all for trying to be more human in yourselves and with one another and with me and with everything. And it was an honor doing this with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Elaine. And then we have Dean, followed by Sergi. Dean?
Yeah, one of the things that I observed this year, and I've observed particularly last week in some of my stats and seeing where people are responding and what's going on, is I really think we've come to the end of a cycle. It doesn't mean that things have to just, walk away and nice life, see you next life or anything. But what I think it represents is anything that's done next year, I really think people need to think out of the box or get a bigger box and think in some new ways. It's not like the baton has been passed. It's more like living in a virtual world. There are a lot of copies of it out there because it's real easy virtually to make a copy of something, and it's gone off in 1,000 different directions, and I'm underestimating it, I know. If you look at the groups that are sponsoring events, no matter where they are on the political spectrum, they're all over the place, and a lot of the dialogue is shaped by the experience of Occupy. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration when something is planned for next year, because I think it needs to be something new. And that's the sense that I've got, particularly over the last week and a half. With that, Michael, I would like to talk to you after this call. Check.
All right. Thank you, Dean. And next we have Sergi, followed by Michael.
Okay. Well, I just came into the organizing almost at the end, and but I was aware of many things that happened during the meeting, and some needs that need to be solved. I'm more into process and facilitations and healing circles and things like that. Just like I hear somebody say that we need to have a face-to-face. Electrons will not replace people, and I think in order to have a good beginning next year, maybe the first organizing meeting for next year should be in person and start making connections, human connections with each other, and then we can make the structural connections after that and find out where came short this time and make it better next time. And the movement continues. I feel invigorated. I feel renewed. I feel that we can continue with this, and we need to be heard, and we can make a difference. Check.
Thank you, Sergi. You got twinkles there from Michael. And I should have mentioned, Dean, you got twinkles from about 7 people. And Sergi, you also got twinkles from Tricia and Lori. Elaine, you have a 5 up. It might have been if you need to put the 5 up, put it back up again. Might have been because the sound was really bad at the first part of Sergi's share. Michael, followed by Jackie.
Thank you, Cal. Elaine, I agree with what you said. Tricia, the same. I mean, we are a family, and as Dean brought up, we have virtually unlimited possibilities that we're building. And we need to support one another and be close to one another and have each other's back. And I think that's absolutely critically important as I disable this. And just total solidarity. And Sergi, I'm hoping you get to the Occupy LAGA and talk about Melissa's ideas. I'll get those sent to you. And Manny, any way you can help, especially with the Inner Occupy or whatever, the weekly democracy press briefing, please join. I'm going to send you the information tomorrow at noon. And everyone try to support Melissa if you can and spread the word. Thank you very much. Off deck. And Dean, I'll call you after this.
All right, you got twinkles there from Sergi Michael, and we have Jackie followed by Carrie.
Okay, yeah. It's been quite the experience. Like other years, it's kind of a birthing experience. It takes so long, but we made it despite all odds. People stuck to getting work done. And I guess I don't have much else to say except I'll see you around the intertubes. On to other exciting things. The next year I'm going to be out with the WSF in Montreal, and hopefully see you all in New York for 5th anniversary S17/NetGet. Check.
The 5th anniversary won't be for a couple of years. Carrie followed by Manny. Carrie?
Okay. Wow. Okay, so this is the last call, huh? I'm very sad that we didn't have the accountability discussion, especially since it was asked for at the very beginning of this call, and that's part of our accountability problem. But yet we had time for 10 minutes of soapboxing right there in the middle, which, mushroomed into 20 more minutes of convo about that. So part of my discussion on the accountability thing was going to be about the calls. We have asked on every single call for the call recordings to be made available, and now on the very last call, thank you, Jackie, thank you, Cal, and other Inter-Occupy guy I forgot the name of, for doing that, but that's part of the hierarchy and part of the problem that has been pointed out on every call up until now. So I have downloaded them all. Thank you very much, Jackie, for putting them up there and taking the time. And Michael Buell, I know that you record these calls too, so I suggest you go download them all, and everybody go download them all, because that's also one of the strengths of Occupy, is that we check each other and that we diversify our assets and that we hold things in various locations. So I will be spending the next probably month or so converting those to YouTube files and putting them up on our shared asset, the YouTube NatGat channel. And that would have been so much easier to keep up with as we went instead of here in the end. So I have a good billion things to say about accountability and transparency. But if I do, I'm going to be demonizing somebody. And if I don't, then I'm going to be avoiding it. So I don't know. I got a lot of things to say still, and I'm sad that it's over, and I'm sad that it's not over all at the same time. So we'll definitely see you on the interwebs. It's not over. It's never going to be over. We still have an active Facebook and apparently an archive channel, and a Twitter and this YouTube, and, Tricia wants to do more videos, and I think that's all good, and we have to keep moving forward. So I don't know. Check. Aloha, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. And now we have Manny followed by, actually, Michael, the 5 keeps going up. Is there a 5 issue? Michael?
I want to make, yes, Cal, I want to make a motion that we establish an accountability call for transparency at this point. I know we're in final remark. I think it's critical. It was brought up at the beginning of the call. I believe we need a separate call to discuss how we can discuss people we don't want to discuss. It's complicated. We need maybe a professional on the call. I think Dean Edwards might be able to assist with that. And we can debrief and continue and work on our transparency and build our solidarity. So I move that we establish that committee.
All right. If Michael, it's okay with you, I'd like to finish the comments because we're kind of in the middle of it and we're in a heart space. So if we can just finish the comments in the heart space and then go back and do that, is that okay, Michael?
Absolutely, Cal. 100%. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. We were at Manny followed by Donna. Manny?
Okay, thank you. Basically, I like to see Occupy as being the world. I have dual citizenship, Mexico, and I have dual citizenship from the United States. Came here from a very poor family, had nothing, so I'm grateful to be here in this country and to have the freedom of speech that we have, even if we disagree sometimes and stuff like that. But I'm able to say more here with my family on this side of the border than on the other side of the border and stuff like that. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all the pictures that have been posted all over that, we have accessible to, people like Michael, Donna, whoever else is taking media, Patty Beers, blah, 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 But also, basically, to create unity, we have to remember one thing. When people ask me, do you consider yourself a citizen of Mexico or the United States, I said neither. I consider myself a world citizen. I look at the world, whatever affects, the world affects everybody, including the United States, So we're not, we have to remember, how great we have it compared to other people, and stuff like that so that we can move forward. This Occupied, we can make it next year, more better than all three put together. There's no doubt in my mind, because this is not about me, it's not about you, it's not about anybody, it's about everybody, and stuff like that. And I'm one of those guys who likes to be part of history once in a while, but more than being part of history, I like to make history. I'm not a guy that likes to be just part of history. I like to make history. So I'm committed to the max. Even when it was at Universal Pictures for 25 years, NBC, I was committed all my life. I've been so committed to activist work that I have no kids, never been married, and I have no girlfriend. You tell me at 54 if I'm not committed. So I'm true blue. So for everybody that puts their heart 100%, I really send my love out there. Some of you don't have your hearts in it. That's fine. Time for you to maybe move on to something else and stuff like that. Because I like to say to everybody, we either do it right or don't do it at all. I don't like to do it half-assed. We have to be committed. We have to look out for each other's backs. We have to respect each other. We have to respect our goddesses that are really, really moving, making us look good out there and stuff like that. It's not just a man's world or a woman's world. It's everybody's world and stuff like that, regardless of culture or whatever, And so I just want to say that I don't think we need any negative. I believe in karma big time, and I think that we all can move forward if we can see past our noses. Thank you very much, and God bless everybody. I check.
Right, thank you, Manny, for those closing remarks. And you got twinkles from 5 people. And now we have Donna, followed by Carolyn. Donna? Donna, if you're there, you might be muted. All right, we'll come back to you. We'll go with Carolyn, followed by Donna. Carolyn?
Hi. I'm very much in favor of the accountability and transparency workshop, and I don't see why personalities from this time, this group, have to be pulled into that. For instance, some people have talked about infiltrators. I'd like to know what constitutes an infiltrator. I think that it would help to know what infiltrating type behavior is, because we can confront it if we have specifics. And the same thing, I think racism was an issue at some point. What behaviors would lead people to think that what behaviors would people label as racist, so that we know what they are and we can take a look at ourselves and see where we're at with that. So I think the accountability transparency group would be very important and wouldn't have to drag in any issues from this call. Check.
All right, thank you, Carolyn. And let's see, before I go forward, Chaz, you might not have been on the call when we set this up. We had a moment of silence, and then to connect with ourselves and review, kind of consider, contemplate what we had, and so we're doing a share based on the one thing that stands out from that place. So I'm going to try Donna again, and then we'll go to Lori. Donna? Okay, no Donna. All right, I'm not sure where she is. Next we have Lori, followed by Chaz.
Hi there. Wow, there's so many amazing things that I experienced on this call, and I want to thank everybody for hanging in there so that I was able to join into something. I joined in only at the last 3 weeks. So one profound experience was when somebody became so vulnerable, and then that led from one thing to another. It actually led to the healing circle. I call it a healing circle at the end. The sharing from the heart circle, which to me is the very high point of NatGat. Also, I had the personal experience of becoming the kind of leader I want to see in the world, of stepping that up. And I did it simply by doing a mic check. And by the way, Jackie inspired me to write something about that, about the beginning of the Sharing from the Heart Circle. And so she's going to post it, I think, on NatGat 2014, I think, maybe on something else. Another inspiring thing that was just amazing to me, there was no communication about this till it happened. Sergi came up to Sacramento, to our GA, to talk about the 2 minutes of silence, Vibes Keeper at the GA, and, you know, possibly, you know, Delphine had a motion, but we didn't have any motion. We just talked. We actually had our own Sharing from the Heart Circle. And then Melissa transforming what happened to her on the Capitol grounds based on the whole experience of NatGat into this. To me, it's a new idea of a way to make our presence known, what she's doing this Friday. Nikki offering Cal a possible place to stay. That's an amazing gift that came out of this. That when things fell apart, at least a few times, a number of times, they came together in ways more than we can imagine, like the Occupy deal with International Hostel. And I'd actually like some more information on that, some details. But as I understand it, Occupy is welcome at International Hostel around the country, and maybe it's around the world, to be in the kitchen, you know, and serve the guests as well as Occupy. So I thank everybody who's here and those who aren't here for being there. Thank you, Jack.
All right, thank you, Lori. You got twinkles from Sergi, Michael, and Jackie. And Chaz, you're up, followed by, well, and I'll try Donna again one more time. Chaz?
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being on the call today. It's sure been great. I really appreciate everybody's feedback, and it's been just, you know, what a ride. The coolest part about the planning of NatGat for this year is that it worked. You know, it may be a flawed process, and we're still ironing everything out, but it worked, and it's still working, and people are getting to know one another all over the country, and Californians are getting together with one another, and I mean, we're all, I think, the idea of NatGat is about getting the different occupiers together, and so I think that has definitely been successful this year. So great job, everybody. I mean, all the work that everyone put into it, all the hours, all the phone calls, all the stress, and we all sacrificed something, whatever it was. And so anyway, yeah, going forward, I can't wait to see what happens with next year's NatGat, and I think it's going to happen one way or another. I'm stepping back from planning it in any way so that I can work on other projects. But I definitely hope to hear the news, and I know that everybody's excited to see what we're going to do going forward. That said, we're doing great things with the Article 5 group. I've been involved with for a few years now, and we've got our petitions going to Congress, and we've got our public benefit corporation. We've got the Occupy Television on filmon.org spreading itself around the world, and we are getting all kinds of as far as I'm concerned, the Article 5 group is the offense. Everybody else is working on outreach and defense and reaction, and protest, and that's good, and we need everything. We need all the different things, but the offensive side is we are getting incredibly close to being able to actually fundamentally change the Constitution so that we can not have corporations be people anymore, which would really start to solve the problem that I think all of us have. So that said, I thanks everybody. That was my announcement, my report back, and my checkout all at once. I'm so glad I got to be a part of this, and I love you all. Check.
All right, thanks. And you got tinkles from Sergi, Michael, Jackie, and Lori. I'm going to say, well, I'll wait till I get to my share. I'm going to try Donna one more time. Donna, you there? All right, it doesn't seem to be Donna. So I'm bringing up the rear here, and I'll say, first of all, just a shout out to you, Chaz. You facilitated more calls than anybody, even when I think including even the ones that I was brought into because there was nobody else to do it. I think you did over a dozen of them, and so that's a real trooper to me. The thing that stands out most of all was was in midway through the gathering, the shift in the paradigm shift from 8 or 10 people slaving in the kitchen to do all the work, many of whom had already done hundreds of hours of work to get the gathering to happen, and the shift from that to everybody working in the kitchen. I think just about everybody took a shift if they could, and no arrests except for the peace poll, which I thought was pretty good. So, I loved meeting everyone that I got to meet, and it is an interesting and challenging thing to have an open society where you don't screen for membership, which is the idea of having it being the people's movement. So it presents its own interesting challenges. But through all of the pain and the love and the joy and the celebration and the solidarity and the internal strife, did have in fact a third national gathering. I'm looking forward to see whether we stick with that format, or we do one gathering that happens in several places simultaneously, or we have regional gatherings. But whatever it turns out to be, it will move forward. I imagine, if I were to look into my crystal ball, I would imagine that there'll be several different occupies that will stand up to do this, and so we'll have them either in multiple places simultaneously, or we'll have regional ones, as another movement is now doing. So let me think if there's anything else. So joyful, afraid, a combination of those two is what I'm sort of checking out with. And I got twinkles from 3 people there as well. And I'm going to go ahead and open up everybody's mic so that we can do the shout out thing. Give me a moment to take care of that. And we'll everybody say hey. And everybody's mic is now open. It's about to get noisy. There are 15 of us.
And we forgot to make the accountability call. Are we going to do that or no?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm going to take everybody's mic back off. Is that we have an accountability call set up. So, Michael, I'm going to open up your mic to make the proposal again.
Thank you, Cal. I move that we have a transparency and accountability committee for the Occupy organization. I'm not exactly sure how to phrase it. I mean, I think we need a call so that we can discuss transparency. We can answer all the questions about what is an infiltrator, what is a troll, who we know, who we trust, and work out our problems and bring everybody into the call, including, Cal and Donna and Sergi and everybody. We need a multitude of colors, multitude of people, multitude of rainbow, and that's what my motion is, for a committee for transparency be established. There.
Okay. Let's see. Is there any clarifying question? Anything not clear about his proposal? Go ahead and press 1, just to make sure we know what we're contemplating here. Don't see any 1s. I do see a 1. I see 2 1s. I see a 1 from Carolyn and a 1 from Jackie. Carolyn?
I just want to know how I'll know that it's happening. Will I get an email or what? Because I'd like to be on that call.
If it's a call, we'll probably post it to the NG 2014 list because we're still all on that at the moment. That's probably the usual places. But we haven't figured that out yet. I think the first question is, do we have it? That's what Michael's calling for. So let's worry about the logistics. Is that okay, Carolyn, that we buff the logistics until we determine that we're actually having it?
Sure. Sure.
Right. Thanks.
Okay.
Jackie, you had a one-up.
Yeah, I guess. I kind of lost my thought now. I guess I wanted to know what it kind of sounded like a new thing. Is Michael proposing another call for this group or a new type of group? I think is what I'm trying to ask. Check. Or a new call.
Yeah, and before you answer, Michael, I wanted to say I was also likewise confused because when you first made the proposal in the middle of the final shares, you said a call, and now you're saying a committee. So I think that needs some clarifying. Michael?
Thank you, Cal. It would be a call, just a committee call. I mean, what we're doing right now on transparency. And I want it to be new. I want it to be fresh, but I want everybody that's been on this call to be notified and not on some other site. I mean, Jackie, I think if you could email everybody directly about the upcoming transparency calls. I like it if we could be more creative and come up with something different, like a symposium or something. But it's about transparency, and it's about love, and it's about knowing one another and trusting one another and moving this whole colossal organization forward with all of our connections. That's what I want the committee to be about, and I want it to be new. It doesn't have to. I want it to be fresh. Check. Jackie, anybody, any refinements, please add them. Check.
Michael, well, I'm going to keep your mic on for a second. I was going to add to that proposal that we have that call 2 weeks from tonight at the usual time. Would that be acceptable to tag on to your proposal?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's see. Any way to time it, please. I mean, I'm a little emotional. A lot of things have happened, but I really believe this is an important committee so that we do have transparency, because that's critical to having a true, trustworthy, transformative movement. Thank you, Cal. Check.
Thank you, Michael. I hear the sentiment coming through loud and clearly. Even though your connection isn't so great, the sound quality is a little muffled. Twinkles from Tricia there for you, Michael. Let's go ahead and do it since I don't see any other hands. So if you are aligned with having a transparency accountability call, and I imagine on that call we'll figure out how to do what we're going to do. Or we might just jump into it. We'll see. We don't know. But if you think that's a good idea and you want to align with that, press the number 2. If you are not aligned with that, press the number 3. And if you stand aside, press the number 4. And I will not take a 3 as a block. I will take it as a concern that needs to be raised that we'll hear, and then we'll do that. So. Let's see, Elaine, Carrie, Manny, Donna, and me. So those people who have not voted yet. Looking for Elaine, Carrie, and Manny, and Donna. 2, to have a transparency call 2 weeks from tonight at the 3:30 West Coast, 6:30 East Coast. It'll be the second Wednesday in September. I believe that's the 10th, if I'm not mistaken. 3, if you don't want to do that. 4, if you stand aside. All right, Manny, I haven't seen a vote from you. I don't know if Donna's on the call because she didn't respond before. Manny, 2, 3, or 4. Otherwise, so far, absent Manny and Donna's votes, we have 6 people with a 2 and 4 people with a 4, and now we have a 3. Let's see, who's 3? Elaine is now called back in with a 3. It was a 2 originally. Elaine?
No, it was a twinkle for something you said, Cal. My concern, and I was pressing 4s and 1s all over the place, but is that the next call, and I appreciate Michael's thing about infiltrators and what is that. But I would hope that on a call like this that we are focused on this specific reality that we just experienced and not get into what an infiltrator is. You know, do your offline studying, just my personal opinion. I don't want to have a dialogue like that. Do I want to talk about accountability and stuff and specifics on this reality that we just finished? Yeah, I think that would be very productive and very helpful. But just a general call on infiltrators and saboteurs and all that, that's just all over the internet, and you can pull it and get that information very quickly. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Yes, I want to call, but I want it specific. I want to root it out from where it is. And if we go back to generalities, we're not going to root it out. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Nikki. Nikki Elaine, you call it back in and it says Nikki, but it's Elaine. Yeah, I think that I was confused because somebody else used the word workshop, which I don't think is what we're voting for. I think we're voting to have a transparency and accountability conversation about this group. And I believe that that's what Michael's inviting. I'll open his mic to check with him because he specifically mentioned that parties who are involved should be on that call. So Michael, I just want to make sure you're not talking about a general or educational thing. We're talking about the real actual transparency and accountability conversation about this effort we've just gone through. Is that correct, Michael?
Cal, I really appreciate the way you framed that. Yes, and Elaine, I'm in complete solidarity. I didn't mean it to be like I can't forget the group. But anyway, I don't want.
Michael, I have to. So your sound is so bad that almost every other word is messed up. Can you move about 5 feet one way or the other to see if your signal clears up?
Is that any better? Any better, Cal?
A little bit. If you don't talk too loudly, it's pretty good, I think.
Okay, hold on. Take it off speaker. Al?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, is it better?
That's worse.
Worse?
Yeah. Go back to that. That's better. Whatever that is good.
Okay, good. Elaine, I agree with you. Somebody just brought up, maybe definitions of trolls, or is this answer simple questions? I don't want it to be like, I'm trying to think of the group. What's that? There's a group out there. Cal, help me. Donna, help me. A group that deals with this stuff offline, and it's kind of out there.
Don't know.
And things like that. No. It's about accountability. It's about transparency. It's about this call. And it's not about bringing up names. And no more fighting. No more discussing. Maybe we can find ways to overcome those dilemmas.
All right. Thank you, Michael. So we were in the middle of a temp check, and unless the hands are still up the way they were, actually, I think we have to do it again for cleanliness because some people put up 4s and 2s and whatnot. Let's try it again. So 2 to have the call for 2 weeks from tonight, 3 to not have the call 2 weeks from tonight or do something else, and 4 if you stand aside. So if you voted before, please vote again because we started over with this vote. 2 to have it, 3 to not have it, 4 to stand aside. That's a transparent accountability conversation on a call 2 weeks from tonight at the usual time. Lori and Manny, I think you're the only two who haven't put up your hand. But I'm guessing you were for it. Yes, okay. So at this point, absent votes from Manny and Donna, it's now 7 people with a 2 and 4 people standing aside and nobody saying no. So that, according to the consensus, seems to have passed and we seem to be done. So now, without further ado, I'm going to open up everybody's mic and we get to say hey. Everybody's
hey
mic
now.
open. Hey.
Aloha.
Aloha, yeah.
Bye.
Up to my television. Election.
Hello. Keep up the good work.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
And
I hope
with that,
to hear some love next week.
you mean 2 weeks
There's
from now?
nothing but love.
2 weeks.
Nothing but
2 weeks.
love. But love.
Yeah. And with this, we are now completing the
Cal.
planning of the national group. Yes. Who's saying Cal?
L.
NBL. Nothing but love.
NBL.
Right.
Aloha actually means hello, goodbye, and love.
It took 3 debrief calls, but we got through it.
Okay, ciao.
Manny, are you still on, love?
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing, darling?
Well, super tired.
Yeah.
I'm never.
Annie, I'm proud of you. I'm glad. I love you, brother.
How do we sign up for next year's planning meeting?
I think you have to get your local Occupy to want to have it there.
Oh, really?
That's what I'm thinking of doing here in Pittsburgh. We might want to do a regional, simultaneous, or like a rolling regional, like so that people could maybe, if they're rich enough, they could go to all of them. But yeah, hey, you saw what they did in Kalamazoo this year, right? Just a little bonus regional in that guy.
How did it go? Good?
Yeah, they no rest. It was good. Lots of good people came together and were able to just further the discussion along. For me, NAGAT is always about meet and greet, and it's actually meeting people in person to and I sadly didn't make it to Sacramento, but I feel like I got to know a lot of people.
To me, it was confusing because I saw both postings, and I'm going, okay, so where is it? Has it been moved from Sacramento? Is it now? And that kind of got a lot of people questioning whether there had been some infiltration to cause confusion. Because
no, go ahead.
Correct. Our numbers don't make us look strong, even though we know we're stronger than our numbers show.
Oh yeah, isn't there there's 50 million people in California, right?
Yeah.
And only 60 showed up, or 150 or whatever. The numbers weren't good.
Well, and my philosophy is we need to make NatGat not just for occupiers, but occupiers extending the invitation to other people that would make great occupiers. We need to have better organization as to the talks that are going on. We need to have big signage where the talks are going on. We need to invite the tourists to come sit in on the talks that are going on. It's amazing. I mean, I still talk about the NDAA and the unlawful detention, and I'll say 9 times out of 10, people just don't believe it. So we've got to do something. I mean, it's like we don't need to educate. I mean, it's nice to share, but most of us kind of clued in as to the crap that's going on. We need to get out there and share it with those that think that everything's just peachy kino. And I don't know how we're going to do that unless we actually end up in the FEMA camps. It's kind of that bad, and we've got to start waking the people up. Now, that's what I do in the streets all the time. Me and my road show. I mean, I haven't been able to do it. I just had my hip replaced 2 weeks ago. So, but we have got to do something to wake the people up. We need to have, that movie we showed, the Occupy Love. We need to have that type of thing going on every year where there's a gathering. Who orchestrated that? How did they get so many people in New York City?
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, it's the thing is there are really good organizers in the world, and people have been doing this kind of thing for their whole lives. Like a lot of people in Detroit that I met, they were either veterans of the civil rights movement, or people in the peace movement, people in the green movement. And, they just have a lot of talent. And in the talent, if you know how to work, I don't know how to organize very well, but if you know how to organize, you can get a lot of people. Like the People's Climate March, there's supposedly going to be tens of thousands of people up there in New York City in a few weeks. And it's put together by 350.org and Greenpeace and all kinds, well-funded. But in the meantime, we're doing our three-year anniversary on the 17th. It's like 4 days before the People's Climate March, and so there's going to be so many people there. It's just it's synchronicity plus good planning. It's like sometimes things accidentally. Like when 99 Rise came to Sacramento a week before NACAD, it was like, wow, they walked there. What a great idea! That really brought a lot of attention to Sacramento and to Occupy. That I thought would have got more people interested in it, but anyway, yeah, no, it's when you talk about the FEMA camps or whatever, I've thought about the same thing. Like, what is it going to take for people to finally, do what needs to be done, the massive civil disobedience, so we can change democracy? And I've come up with the answers like, I can't tell. I don't know what it is, and I definitely know I'm not capable of doing the thing that wakes everybody up. But we can't not have all the people wake up. They're going to have to, or it's over. So.
So the People's Climate March, that's the Monday, right, after S17?
Yeah, the 21st, I think.
Told me that one thing that was kind of cool and probably helped immensely that there were no arrests is that I'd like to know who mandated this, whether it was the chief of police or what, but she told me that the officers all needed to read the declaration, our declaration.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, and that they were, she believes very strongly that they were obviously impressed, and it probably made them kind of shake their heads and going, this isn't what the FBI has been telling us.
Yeah, we're supposed to be a bunch of, black bloc, mask-wearing crazy people. No, exactly. The greater Occupy, and people who still have GAs are not like the black bloc. They've got their own ways of doing things. It does not, like, for them to even come to GAs was weird because they don't really participate in that kind of, it's not their way.
Right.
It's not what they do. So anyway, yeah, no, that's really great to hear that all the cops, because in Philly, all the cops, had to read the First Amendment. So it's like we're slowly educating the police. We're getting them in contact with our actual, this is a First Amendment issue. The whole Occupy thing is a First Amendment issue. We should be able to redress our grievances and be seen and be near the thing that we want to, bring light to. When the NATO went to Chicago, the protest happened 5 blocks away, 10 blocks away from the actual place that they wanted to protest. Same with the DNC, RNC, G20s, everything. They keep the actual. If you can't protest near something, then what's the point of the First Amendment? It's like, oh. But anyway, so I think it's about a First Amendment.
It was so funny with the RNC and DNC, the DNC especially in Charlotte, is they go to all this work and expense to set up all those barricades, right, to try to keep the activists away from the people that are there for the conventions, and yet the people, they go sightseeing. They're out amongst us. It's like they've got the barricades so we don't approach them, but they instead come up on the other side. I don't know, were you at either of those or both of them?
No, I just follow as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, I was at both of them, and you can always tell because they've got their little passes, you know, and their badges. And I'm going, this is insane that they think that we're going to be the dangerous ones, so they have to do all of these blocks to protect the people, and then yet the people on their own, they come in and amongst us. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Wherever they want. Yeah. Now, real quick, to whom am I speaking? I think you're either Carolyn or Nadine, but I'm not sure. This is Chaz.
Hi, Chaz. Yeah, it's Nadine.
I thought so, and so glad to hear you. Last time I saw you, we were in S-17, and you got arrested.
Did you see the arrest?
No, I didn't see it. I got that great picture of you, though, right next to, like, I don't know, sometimes it says, we shut down the banks. But anyway, yeah, no, it's been almost a year since I saw you. I'm so glad to hear your voice.
Yeah, I didn't have much of a chance. In fact, I had, because I kind of had my little cart, you know, with my stuff, I was having journalists coming up to me, and they wanted to interview me. And I had to go to the bathroom, and so I went across the street to McDonald's, got my thing done, and then I came back and I didn't see them, and then I got kind of going, talking, and the people kind of started gathering, and then you know the rest of the story. However, I just sent in my application. I'm going to see if I can buy the right to speak. So I sent in my check for $45 to see if the next time they ask me if I have a permit for my sound, I can say, oh yeah, I paid my $45, and then see if they'll let me do it.
Yeah, that's a shame though. You know, we're the experiment in democracy, right? That's what I was taught in elementary school or whatever. Like, this is like we're going to do democracy, unlike the Europeans and their monarchy or whatever. And that we would have to pay for the First Amendment. You know, like haven't we paid enough already to? You know, I don't know. I hate it when they take rights away because rights are so hard to get. You know, and then they become privileges. You know. But once they take them away, then how do you get it back? You got to go through the whole thing again.
Right. Well, and the problem is the way the laws are written, and they're using case law that all it takes is one judge to make a bad choice, and then all of a sudden we're stuck with that decision now as a law, and it drives me crazy. So you know, I've been unlawfully arrested now twice for amplified sound, and I've got case law, and I've got decisions from the Supreme Court that says amplified sound is, you know, if you pass a law against amplified sound, they put in this little thing, a time, place, and manner. So it gives a little bit of formality to it. In other words, you know, if you're out there at 2 o'clock in the morning on a microphone and screaming, you know, your own personal stuff, whether it's come to Jesus or whatever, that they could come and arrest you because at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, the people are trying to sleep and you're violating that right. So, but you know, when it's public interest and it's the middle of the day. And I mean, my amplified sound was not obnoxiously loud. I mean, it was turned really, really down. It was nothing what that speaker had the capability of doing. And the mere fact that, you know, in fact, they didn't even tell me that I needed to have a permit. Did he? I'm not sure. No, he did. He did ask me if I had a permit. And I said, yes, it's called the First Amendment of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go for that.
Do you think that?
Then they cited me for stuff that was total lies. You know, they said that they asked me to move. They never asked me to move. I could have relocated. Everything was on wheels. You know, but they didn't. And then they said in the police report, they said I had 170 people. I had people that videotaped it. In fact, my husband got a call.
I saw the video.
Yeah, and they said.
Yeah, I wasn't there at the
my
time.
poor husband didn't get, because it was 24 hours of incarceration with no phone calls, right? And I called my husband when I'm away from home. I call him every night to let him know that I'm okay. So he's kind of panicking, you know, we're getting on to the day, and then he gets a call. This person is saying, I've got a video, your wife has just been arrested. What's your email? So I can email it. And I'm just kind of going, well, thank God, you know, and there were actually 2 people that had done it. So, I mean, I was at least moved and inspired to give my husband's telephone number before they actually arrested me. So at least my husband knew ahead of time there were going to be problems. But I'll tell you, that's one thing that I'm fighting in the courts, you know, and I kind of, you know, at first I felt guilty because I wasn't as involved with the Occupy stuff. And I says, Nadine, you are occupying. You're occupying the courts with what you are doing. And I mean, I argued for 2 months, and I finally got the federal court judge to basically, you know, I'm arguing against 2 attorneys, a city attorney and a private attorney, because I'm not spending $1,500 a day to do depositions. And so I'm reading the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure over and over and over again, and then I find out, you know, he's saying I'm not really willing to let the custodian swear in the witnesses, you know, and so I says, well, Your Honor, a notary public is authorized in the state of California to swear in a witness, you know, and he kind of, I really think he likes me, you know, because I think outside of the box. And he says, well, yeah, you're right there. And I says, and a notary public is authorized to serve as a deposition officer. And he says, well, supply me with the information that states that. And so I did. And so basically I got the cost of my depositions going from $1,500 a day down to $325 a day, because I can hire a notary public for the entire day, and they can swear in the witness and serve as a deposition officer, and I just have my own little video camera and an audio recorder, and I can either transcribe myself, or I can have, you know, like a court reporter that's taking a class on how to transcribe. I can have them do the transcription work, and the deposition officer, which is my notary public, all what they have to do is listen to the recordings, read the transcript, and then sign the document certifying it as being accurate. You know, most people don't know that. You know, they think that they're going to be forced to use the court reporters, and that is such a scam, what those guys are doing. I mean, you know, they want to charge $325 for an appearance, and then it's $100 every hour, and then it's $5 a page for the transcript. I mean, it's unbelievable. And, you know, if nothing else, I'm going to make a point that if you go ahead and you be greedy enough, we'll find a way to bypass you, and we'll let you go poor.
Oh my goodness! I was going to say, you know, about the First Amendment. Did you see in Ferguson they set up a free speech zone, like a little First Amendment area?
Yeah.
And,
where does it say in the First Amendment that you have to be within a free speech zone? You know, they want to try to get us to believe this sort of crap. That's so unconstitutional. The Constitution doesn't say that you can only speak within a certain area. You know, I was back at Manning's court-martial the last 2 weeks, and I kind of I was having really bad problems with my hips, and so I had my handicap scooter. I had my portable road show with me, the one I had at Kalamazoo last year, and I occupied the intersection right in front of Fort Meade, and it was so funny because I could see the one officer, you know, he's kind of trying to flag me over because I mean I was going with the signal. You know, I'm on my handicap scooter. I've got my amplified sound. I've got my big sign on my road show that I'm pulling behind my hand. It's like a choo-choo train, right? And the officer pulls me over to the side, and he says, ma'am, you can't be doing that. And I said, why not? I says, I'm going in the crosswalk. I'm going with the light. I'm not breaking any laws. And he says, you want me to call my supervisor? And I said, sure. So he calls the supervisor. Supervisor comes over, and he was so funny because he says, ma'am, the designated place for protest is right there on that corner. And I said, sir, can you tell me where it says in the Constitution that the only place I can protest is on that corner here at Fort Meade? And he knew I had him, you know, and he leans over and he says, a lady, work with me. I considered that a score, but, you know, I'd done it for an hour and they were getting ready to go back into session. So I says, you know, sir, I think you're in luck because it takes me about a half hour to throw all this back in my car, and I need to go back to the courthouse, so I will leave, you know. So it ended up that, you know, it wasn't a big to-do. But, you know, those are the type of things where, you know, we have to assert our rights. And if you know your rights and assert your rights, that you're more apt to not only get your way, but also maybe do some education.
Yeah. Wait a second. Is there somebody else on this call?
Yes.
Who?
Yeah, get in there. I don't know. We got to let them speak, create the space.
Who else is on the call?
Richie Cunningham.
Who?
This is Cal. I just happened to walk back when I heard somebody ask who's on it. So it's Chaz, Sergi, Michael, Nadine, Carrie, and Donna is still connected, although I don't know if she's on. Those are the people who are still on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think everybody was still on. I thought it was just me and Chaz.
Well, it's okay. If anybody else wants to say anything, you know, go ahead.
Just listening.
It's super fun. Go ahead.
That's what we were talking about earlier, and I was listening, but now I'm just listening to her story. Hi, Nadine. This is Carrie.
Hi. You know, I was going to suggest, and I probably have the means of basically arranging, if anybody else wants to know how to do this. I don't know whether they would do it or not, but it would be worth a try. The thing that, you know, it's good that everybody pitched in and cooked in the kitchen, but the sad part about it is when they're in the kitchen, they're not getting the information. And so if I can make a suggestion for next year, that if there's a way that the food is gathered, if it's properly coordinated with recipes and maybe the pan that the food's going to be in, I think that we can find church members that would be willing to cook the food in their home and then just bring it at a designated time.
I think potlucks are the most legal way to feed massive amounts of people.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can do it. Or you can do it where we've bought the food, so we're not expecting them to feed us. I've done this in my church all the time, where you go out, you buy all the ingredients for the food that you're going to cook, including the pan it's going to be in, and then you just drop it off at the different homes, and they have a recipe, and they cook it, and they know what time it's supposed to be delivered at a given location, and the women are more than happy to do it, and especially if you can clue them in to some of the crap that's going on and what it is that we're trying to do, it's like they'll lay down for you.
Oh, crowdsourced kitchen. Very nice. I love it.
Yeah.
That's you know, me and Sparrow worked on the kitchen last year, and I'm a kitchen person, and it was, you know, it was really neat what happened. It's always neat to see how the food comes together, because, you know, people never starve to death But yeah, that's crowdsourcing for, you know, you make this casserole, you make that casserole, you make, you know, whatever, this lasagna. And yeah, that sounds great.
But see, what's great is that the people then can stay active in the classes, you know, and maybe the people, well, if it's in those disposable containers, there isn't really any cleanup either. And I would just say, bring your own dishes, you know, bring your own plate and cup and fork, knife.
Nadine, that's the thing we've been fighting for is it's called Blissware, right? You bring your own bowl and your own fork, and then you get it filled up with food that other people cooked and paid for, but then you don't cause them to have to do dishes. At Kalamazoo, we had to do the dishes of everybody.
Oh, I know, and that was so terrible. And all what you have to do is serve bread with the meal, and at the time you're eating, you just wipe everything down with your bread and eat it. And, you know, if you want to, then you can go into a kitchen or a bathroom, or when you get back to your motel, rinse out your bowl and plate. You know, it's kind of like, come on, you guys. You're not babies, you know?
Yeah.
Take care of your...
Everybody who wants free food should have a fork and a bowl. You know, like that's just how it should be. You know, anytime you want free food, make sure you have something to eat it out of. I've got stuff. I'm a camper or a hiker.
Well, I used to be a Girl Scout, and we used to have our little mess kits, and we had our dip bags, and so we had kind of a mesh bag, and you throw your dirty dishes in it. I mean, they're clean. They don't have a bunch of food on it, but then you just have a big pot of boiling water, a little bit of soap, and they just go and they dip their bag up and up. Ditty bags, I think, is what they're called. So you just dip it up and down, dip it up and down, and then you just hang it up on a clothesline.
And it's clean and sanitized.
Dishes are clean.
Yeah,
So
that's right. You know.
That's a suggestion for next year for food.
Yep. Oh, I think next year is going to be neat. Whatever happens, I think Willie Underbaggage is going to do something in Pine Ridge. It seems like the Portland, Eugene area really wants to do something. It seems like San Diego, LA wants to do something. So that's the feeling I'm getting from what's going on. Is it really like people are already starting to plan it already? And I hope it's organic and beautiful and diverse.
But isn't the purpose of the national gathering to get the nation together?
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Harry says yes.
I mean, you can still do regional things on top of it. And I also had suggested, let's not do NatGat the month before F-17. You know, we need to have something like mid-year so that you kind of keep going.
Yeah, it started on, the 4th of July weekend, which is 2 months ahead of S-17. But, you know, why doesn't, you know what, a lot of people criticized from first year, second year, third year, that it's national. Why isn't it, I mean, for example, why doesn't somebody in, like, Ottawa or Montreal or somewhere just say, like, we're going to have NatGat here in January or whatever. And then, you know, why does it have to be in this country? And so, you know, so for me, you know, yeah, go ahead.
I had heard the original was, not the original, Kalamazoo, I think, was originally termed the International Gathering.
Yeah, we invited Canadians, and I think 2 of them showed up, and it was badass. And people who live on reservations are technically not, you know, United States. Well, they are. They have sovereign rights somewhere. So I guess when they show up, it's international. I don't know, but that's Willie's idea. Willie's idea was to do South Dakota next year. Good night, Violet. Because if you have a NatGat on an Indian reservation, then it's not really technically in the United States. So you know, that's his plan. We heard on the call tonight, I think from Jackie, that lots of people in New York City are trying to get the NatGat 5 to go and be on S-17. They want to do the simultaneous NatGat plus S17, which I mean, you're talking about spreading it out. Why not like put it all back together? Why not have a national gathering every year on the anniversary?
Well, that makes sense too.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the purpose of it was so that they would have, you know, something that would keep momentum going throughout the year, and that's why I said, you know, we should have it in the spring and in the fall. The winter and the summers in some areas are the pits.
Yeah. What if we had regional gatherings that started in June on the West Coast and then went the whole way to September toward the East Coast, and then the last one could, you know, like, so you'd have regionals, but if somebody was so inclined, they could go to all the regionals and they'd be steadily heading eastward and have stuff to do on their way to 17.
Yeah, and then they can keep sharing all the stuff. You know, they learned a little bit at the first one, but by the time they hit, you know, 10 of them, it's like, you know, now they can share what they've learned at all of the other ones. That'd be kind of a yeah, if you're fortunate enough to have nothing.
Yeah,
exactly. Move from that.
Yeah. You know, you can't have a mortgage, can't have a job, can't have, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You must have, like, you know, like either individual wealth or some kind of great crowd-sourced funding. But you know, it's I don't know. There's so many different ways that this can happen. So I that's why I'm so excited to see what's going to happen, because something's going to happen. And if it's that wave of regionals leading to S17, Pittsburgh is going to have one for sure, because I can do that. let's have a you know, it's like the wave of action, right? They picked April 4th. That was Martin Luther King Jr.'s day he got killed on, and then it ended on July 4th. That's like big, you know, First Amendment Day. But it's, you know, they tied in all these things that went together, and it was just this sort of, you know, anybody could say like, yeah, this is a wave of action thing, check it out. And so there's, you know, this combined media effort. And I mean, we have resources with Occupy National Gathering, but there's not that many. And we have the Twitter, we got the Facebook page, the websites. They are, you know, they expire. But I don't know. We're not strikedead.org. That's for sure. We're not highly organized. Those guys, I mean, it's amazing. They're about to pay off millions of dollars of student debt. They figured out a way to pay off student debt. It was actually difficult, but they found a way, and that's happening on S17. They're going to just pay off a whole bunch of poor students' student debt.
Well, bless you for doing what you're doing, guys. I got to get going. I got my husband home now, but it's good talking to you, and keep up the good work.
Yeah, good luck with your new hip, Nadine. I will talk to you soon.
Will do.
In the future.
Okay. Take care. Love you guys.